Cool. Thank you. So I might say, think of again our brain like a band, and the lead singer is our smart brain. And this is where I might involve the kid or the adolescent, tell me about a band they love. And usually when I'm working with adults, I might pull a band I'm familiar with. So any of you familiar with the band U2? So I might say, think of the lead singer as Bono, and the lead singer has a couple jobs in our band. And again, the lead singer's job, first off, is to again think about our goals. Think about the goals, what the band wants to achieve. And again, that's part of what the lead singer does is to slow down and really think about what we want to achieve and our goals. And so take a moment now. We're all going to engage our smart brains. So, what I'm going to ask you to do is to think about a goal for yourself over the next couple months. Upcoming, summer's ending. Think about a goal for yourself and just type it into the chat that you would like to achieve over the next couple months. And what we're doing right now is we are engaging our smart brain. And that's our smart brain is our frontal lobe. But for those that like our biology, I kind of talk about it. Awesome. I want to paint my bedroom. I want to practice self compassion, be more active, exercise. These are awesome smart brain goals. And you just engaged your smart brain, which will introduce us to our another player. But that's what smart brain's job is. And a lot of part of therapy is slowing down and getting in touch with our smart brain, is knowing what we want, what we value, what we care about, and going after it. And then I say the other job of smart brain is to pay attention to the other members in the band and to make sure that the band is playing in harmony with each other. And that's when mental health issues start to arise, when our band stops playing well together. So now I want you to think about that goal. So I'm going to share Taylor had the goal. Thank you for sharing, Taylor, that they want to edit more photos. And so that introduces us to the next player in our band, which I like to call coach. So, coach is also part of our frontal lobe. Coach is our motivation system. And so now that we set a goal, whenever we set a goal for ourselves, coach's job is now to help us execute that goal. And we develop all different kinds of coaches in our head. And some are much more healthy and helpful in advancing our goals than others. So let's take again Taylor's goal to edit more full photos. And that'll help me introduce some of the coaches. So imagine and pay attention and think about your own kind of coach in your head. So imagine that first kind of coach is what I like to call critical coach. So if critical coach is more dominating your head, critical coach is going to try to motivate you by beating yourself up. So it might say things like, hey, Taylor, you suck at editing photos. You're pathetic. You're never going to get it done. You are a disgrace to your whole family. And the spirit is trying to get you to motivate. But a lot of times when we have a critical coach in our head, we just feel less motivated and criticized. Another kind of coach is guilty coach. And this was the kind of coach I grew up with in a Jewish family, lots of Jewish guilt being thrown around. But that Jewish guilt kind of looked in that coach in my head was, you're really going to let your family down. You're really going to disappoint yourself. You got to edit the photos. You got to get that done. So that's kind of what guilty coach would sound like in your head. Doubting coach is, again, good in the spirit of motivation. It's going to doubt your ability. It's going to say things like, there's no way you're going to edit more photos, Taylor. You can't get it done. It's just not going to happen. And a lot of times when we don't understand doubting coach, we just start to believe the doubt. We don't realize it's a pep talk for us to go, oh, yeah, I'm going to show you, doubting coach. I'm going to get this done. So that's the first. And then the next one that's more unhealthy is comparing coach. So comparing coach is going to spend a lot of energy comparing you to other people to motivate you. Taylor, look at your friend and how much they've done this week with their editing. Look at how awesome they are with editing. You got to edit more. So again, those are all kind of more these types of coaches we develop that are unhealthy. But then I call it healthy coach. And healthy coach is going to use a lot more positivity, a lot more belief to try to motivate. Hey, Taylor, if you want to get those photos done, you will. Anything you put your mind to, you'll achieve. You got this. So, again, a lot of times when I'm working with people who are anxious, not only am I dealing with the anxiety part of the equation, but anxious people tend to also have unhealthier coaches, typically very critical or a lot of comparing. And so part of our work, we say, might be not only to work on how do we work on our anxiety, but also how do we develop a healthier coach in our head. So think about who's motivating you in your life and think about your coach and take a moment back to that Voldemort idea of talking about it and just kind of share, if you don't mind. You can either share just personally to me or to everyone. What kind of coach do you think you have more in your head, kind of guiding you at this time? Or if you want to share, I so appreciate it, Patricia, kind of what you grew up with, maybe what you've had to unlearn through your therapeutic process, whatever you feel most comfortable with. But get in touch with kind of coaching your head. And then you can see maybe some examples of who I imagine. And when I talk to people about developing a healthier coach, we think about some models of who we'd like to invite in our head. And we might even name our unhealthy coach and think about, well, how do we fire so and invite more of these healthier coaches in our head? You're doing awesome. Thanks for sticking with me. So remember now, folks, we have two parts of the band. We have Smart Brain, who's thinking about goals and also regulating the other part of our band. And the one thing I realized I didn't mention is every part of our brain is driven off of a different desire. And so Smart Brain's desire is satisfaction. And what I call satisfaction is the attainment of goals. When you attain a goal that you're working for, you develop a sense of satisfaction. Okay? So now let me introduce you to the third part of our band, and that's who I like to call emotion brain. So one of my favorite things to do for homework for kids who have access to Disney Plus or try to find it, or I might have a copy in my office that I can loan out, is have them watch Inside Out. And I talk a lot about, again, that we have an emotion brain. And emotion brain, for those that like brain stuff, it's our limbic system. And where our frontal lobe is up here, our limbic system runs throughout. And I talk about our limbic system and emotion brain are focused on two things. They're focused on our needs, and also it's driven not on satisfaction, it's driven on what's going to make me happy. And literally, it's dopamine in our nucleus accumbens, our pleasure center. But what's going to take away pain and bring me pleasure in the moment? And so, what I talk about, emotions brain's job, and emotions' job is to kind of help us understand what we need. And also, I talk about it brings sort of, again, the rhythm to music. It's the guitar section. So back to the band, it's the edge. And again, you too, the lyrics of any band is not great without the rhythm. And emotion brain brings the rhythm to life. And so I start talking to kids that when the band is working well, smart brain is paying attention to emotion brain and finding healthy ways to deal with how we're feeling. But sometimes that doesn't happen and emotion brain can take over. So what I share with us, and we can have sort of many battles between the two systems. And here's a classic example from my own life. And maybe you could think of a battle for yourself. So being a busy dad of three and also trying to do a ton of work, and I have a busy practice as well, trying to support anxious folk, my time is very limited. And so the only time I can get a workout in, folks, that makes me feel satisfied and good to start the day is waking up at 5 a.m. So I have to wake up at 5 a.m. to go work out. So imagine when that alarm goes off at 5 a.m. What do you think my emotion brain wants me to do? What's going to make me happy at 5 a.m. when that alarm goes off? You got it. Sleep, hit the snooze. You're being ridiculous, man. It's dark. Everyone's sleeping. Go back to bed. What are you doing? What does my smart brain want me to do? Game on. It wants me to go work out, to get that running. It knows how good I'll feel to start the day having that done and feeling that good energy. And I have a little battle. And that's a battle that's easier to win. And I win it fairly often. That's not a hard one anymore. But I'll tell you a harder one in my own life. The battle is real. I'm tired. It's the end of the day. And there's a ton of leftovers and candy out. And my old learning is clean plate club. And I'm a little more tired and my emotion brain's a little more in control. And it wants to eat because it feels like eating takes away feelings and makes me feel better. My smart brain wants me to give it to the dogs or just throw it out. I'm okay. I don't need to eat it. That's another battle. And so we can have these many battles all the time, but ideally they stop becoming a battle and our smart brain starts to pay attention to our emotion brain and find healthy ways to deal with our emotion. And so that also can be, and we'll talk about kind of a non-stigmatizing way to talk about it with kids, is you have an emotion brain and you don't know how to handle what comes up in that emotion brain of yours. And we have to learn better ways to deal with your emotion brain, which then leads me to kind of talk about emotions and kind of this privilege as I have this frame that I talk about feelings and emotion brain is like water in a dam. Or it's like for kids, sometimes I talk about it, it's like a backpack. And we have to figure out ways to get stuff out of the backpack. Because if we don't, the backpack's going to get too heavy and it's going to break, or the dam is going to crack. So again, that's player number 3. And then the last player in our band is anxious brain, which is also part of our limbic system. So if we were drawing it right, it would be all together. But it's a separate part, and I tease it out because it's so powerful, and it's our amygdala. And what I talk about, the anxious brain has a job. It's a built-in alarm system. And I talk to kids, it's kind of like the drummer, that if it gets way too loud, it's the only thing you can hear. It can drown out all of the music. And I talk to kids that, again, worry brain or anxious brain has a job. And I say to them, what do you think the job is? And usually this is the point in my office folk, or if we were in person, I would pull out my stuffed animal cobra that I bought from the zoo that's about this big. And I would say, imagine this were real and I threw it into the room right now. What do you think would happen? And I would tell them, or they would say, Well, I wouldn't be listening to you anymore. I would be running out of the room. And I would say, exactly. So if you can see that's the job of anxiety, what is it? And they would recognize that its job is to keep you safe. And so the best way to keep you safe is to get out of the situation, is to avoid. So our worry brain is always geared towards avoidance. It's always going to tell us what can go wrong, why to avoid, because it thinks that's the best way to keep us safe. And so if we can't get out of the situation, then instead we're going to figure out how to keep us safe by killing the cobra or neutralizing it. So the job of anxiety is to keep us safe. And it works on, you've all heard, you've all gone through training, a fight or flight thing. And I say to kids, but sometimes we get too much anxious energy and we know we should run or leave, but we might just freeze and do nothing. Because we also know that can happen too. So worry brain's job is to keep you safe. It's scanning for danger. And when it sees danger, its job is to take over your brain and get you to safety. And so that's our brain. So we have a smart brain, we have a emotion brain, we have a worry brain, and we have a coach. And when the band is working well together, smart brain is leading the charge. But when kids get in trouble or show up in my office, a part of their brain is dominating that probably shouldn't be. And that's kind of a non-stigmatizing language that I might use. And then to lastly build off of this, the last thing I'll share is, again, in that non-stigmatizing way, I say to kids that when you, again, smart brain is no longer in control and you have more of a critical coach in your head, your worry brain is kind of going off a lot and kind of dominating from genetics, and your emotion brain starts to get overwhelmed with stress. Those are the conditions that make you vulnerable to this thing called depression. And I talk about that depression is a virus that gets in your head and starts to muck and mess up and attack all these systems. Because that virus doesn't want to go away, it wants to take control. So, again, really fast, that non stigmatizing language, kids with ADD, what part of their brain needs some work, thinks a little differently and works a little differently based on this model I'm kind of proposing. ADD, no, ADD is smart brain issues, problem solving, thinking through. Your smart brain just works a little differently than others. We have to give your smart brain some extra tips and learn how to do it a little differently. Again, acting out, emotional issues, oppositional issues, substance use are all kind of, you haven't learned good ways to deal with your emotion brain. And then we're going to deep dive a little bit into the anxiety stuff, but you have an overactive worry brain. It's working too well. Your smart brain hasn't learned how to deal with your worry brain. Or depression, it's what happened when the band started to fall apart. And here's how your band fell apart. So this kind of becomes the non-stigmatizing language or frame that I start to hit. And what I really want to help both kids or adults do is move away from this notion that every thought in their head is coming from the same place. And I want them to realize that it's designed for a reason. And when it's working well, it's smooth and it's great music. And when it's not, and things can go wrong, I want them to understand the parts that can, but developmentally, just to share, so teens and high schoolers might get more of the full version. Middle schoolers, I definitely, and younger kids, I leave out coach. It's too much. It's already might be feel too much for you. but kids can get the notion that they have a smart brain, a worry brain, and an emotion brain. That's not too much information. And again, just to talk about that they have jobs, and I might not go into function or biology, but I might just say, your worry brain has a job. Let me help you see its job. But we have to teach you ways to teach your worry brain to not be in such control. And with littler kids, I might not give them the whole speech about the band. I might just focus on one part of the band and not do it in a non stigmatizing way. But I'm finding a metaphor, I'm finding something concrete, like an alarm. I might have it in my office, or a bully. Those are things we've talked about. You might have heard of wizard brain versus lizard brain. I call it worry brain. You might also give them a chance to name it, which we'll talk about, and give it their own name. But again, the idea we want to set up that it's something we can fight and that it's not always working to our best interest. So that's a little bit how we'll vary and kind of how to adapt, but it becomes a frame for a lot of my work across the developmental spectrum. So all of this is part of session one. And then after we talk about it, then we do two things, which becomes part of the homework. So the first thing we do, and this is all page 7 in the workbook, I call it the thought game. So the thought game is where I throw out a thought and I have them tell me, if you had that thought in your head, what part of your brain is probably giving you that thought right now? Where's that thought coming from? So, and I want to kind of keep practicing till we're in about 90 to 95% agreement that they're kind of tracking. And if not, then I know we have more practice to do. So let's do a couple right now. I'm going to throw out a thought. And it's nice to have some conversation too when we disagree and stuff. But I want you to kind of think about what part of my brain is firing if this is my thought. So thought number one, everyone hates my lecture and thinks I'm doing a horrible job and they want to leave right now. You're being really crappy. You're really sucking it up. Yeah, that could be my critical coach if I hear it as a bad pep talk. Like, hey, Scott, you got to step up. Or I could be hearing that as my worry brain trying to get me to avoid or give up. So it could be one, but I was going for coach. But next one. God, I'm so tired of COVID. I just need to quit my job, run away, and move to a deserted island and never talk to anyone ever again. Yeah, it's my emotion brain. It's a quick response to feeling overwhelmed. I said tired. And it's wanting to escape. And so, again, what if the next thought is no, you're really overwhelmed and quitting your job and giving up what you love isn't going to help you feel better. You need to take a little vacation, talk to friends. You got it. That's smart brain. Kind of smart brain now intervening with our emotion brain. Now, the next one. Um, you know what? I really want to swim more. I feel better after I get in water. I feel good and it helps me feel better about myself. So I'm going to swim more over the next month while it's hot. I'm going to take advantage of the water. Yep, it's a goal. It's our smart brain. You're quick. You're all picking it up. So I'm going to move more quickly. But then I usually end, folks, with a worry. But what if, or I kind of give an example of what we're precursing, but what if the next thought, when you go to the pool, everyone's going to see how out of shape and fat you are, and they're going to laugh at you. Don't go swimming. Don't go. Yeah, that's our worry brain. And then I might end with, well, what if you say no worry brain? No one really cares about how I look. It's about me doing what I love. I'm not going to listen to you. Yeah, that's our smart brain talking back to worry brain. So I'm already trying to get them set up that this is going to be part of our work. learning to hear worry brain, but learning how to talk back to it. So that's the first way I ensure learning. And then the second way I ensure learning is I call it a band check, or if I use the metaphor of a sports team, I might say, hey, a team check, a team huddle, whatever language that fits for you. But then I do a quick band check with them. And so I say, let's practice one together. And I'll encourage you to do this yourself right now to get this language in your head. So the first bandmate we usually like to check in on is emotion brain. So start there and think about your own emotion brain and go back to that metaphor of emotions are like water in a dam. And this is where I might introduce that idea. And I might say, think of your water level from 1 to 10. And 10 be the water level is about to overflow, it's going to crack. Think about where your water level is right now. And if you can, if you don't mind typing in the chat what your water level is at. And that's the first check we want to do. What's the water level at? And then you don't have to type this, but then think about what's driving the water. What's the water about? And so being aware of what our water is about. And then what we'll want to do is that's the first band check. Then the next one. And so that's band check number one. Then number two is what's my smart brain wanting me to focus on right now? What is it wanting me to accomplish? What goals does it have for me today, over the next week? What's my to-do list? What do I need to accomplish? So that is band check number two. And then we could even check in with coach. And then band check number three is what is my worry brain trying to get me to avoid right now? What's it afraid of? What's it trying to stop me from doing or working on? What is it trying to prioritize ahead? So that's number three. And we just did a band check. And I asked my clients to get used to this and to help develop that language to do a band check once a day. So their homework week one usually is to do a band check once a day. And also just to start to pay attention to their band more. And when we meet again the next week, tell me who's loudest in their head, who's really dominating and controlling their head. And if I know they're dealing with depression because we did an intake, I might include depression in there too. What's depression telling you? What's it not wanting you to do? What's it telling you to give up on? And so we might add that into the system check. So take a quick moment. Any questions about kind of just this overall kind of thing that I call Brain 101 before I talk more deep dive on anxiety and give you more tools to talk about anxiety and set you up for the work we're about to do. So feel free, again, don't unmute, but just type in the chat if there's any question. Yeah, could I resave the band check questions? So again, if you ever come to my office, folks, I have a big whiteboard, so I'm always drawing it as we talk. I might print out the sheet as well, or I might give them the workbook at the time. But again, the questions are sort of, and it's in your workbook, I think, too. But again, it's what level is my water at? Or if I use the metaphor with kids, if I introduce the backpack, how heavy is my backpack? What's in my backpack? What does my smart brain want me to focus on? What are its goals? What does it want me to achieve? And then what's my worry brain trying to get me to avoid? And if I'm being really thorough and I introduce coach, how is coach trying to get me to achieve my goals? What's its pep talk? Is it a crappy pep talk? Is it a good pep talk? How is it trying to pep me up around this? So that would be a band check. Thanks for the question. Okay, so again, now we talked about Brain 101, but now I want to make you a little more of an expert on anxiety and a deeper dive before we kind of even jump into the method that I developed that I'm going to show you in tools. Yeah. Okay. So Deb let me know, and thank you, that you don't have access to these workbooks yet, but you will and you should. I'm making it available to you all, that you'll be able to see, and there's handouts, there's sheets, there's things you can print off, and it's kind of very user friendly. Um, and if I, knowing that I probably should have copied the workbook page so you could see it on the slides, but I didn't do that. So I'm learning as we go, so I apologize. But you'll get it. I promise you it's there. So now we want to do a deeper dive on anxiety. So again, the first thing I think everyone needs to understand is the job of anxiety. And so that's already explained, and that's the most important part. But then there's some other things that other people might need to know, adults might want to know if you're working with them, that better explains the work. So the first one is what's in the literature is called the paradox of anxiety. And basically, the paradox of anxiety is to think of anxiety like a fire. And every time we listen to anxiety, we are adding fuel to the fire. So every time we do what our anxiety wants us to do, we're putting more gasoline on the fire. And what's the problem if you keep putting gasoline on a fire? Eventually, that fire could spread. So a lot of well-intentioned parents, a lot of well-intentioned teachers, counselors, school folk say, this is making you way too anxious. If tests are freaking you out so much, you don't have to do it. You shouldn't be this anxious. Let me not get you out of taking that test. And so let me show it to you visually, which is also in your workbook. So again, visually, what's happening, your anxiety is getting bigger and bigger as we're approaching this thing we're really afraid of. That airplane flight, that test, it's making you so anxious. That COVID shot, which is I deal with a lot of people with some shot phobias right now, blood stuff, you name it. And they're approaching that big day, the SAT, the big test, whatever it is. And then some well-intentioned person again says, you just don't do it. Or you work yourself up, you can't do it. And so you avoid it. And you immediately feel better. Phew, I feel so good. I didn't have to take the test. I got an A anyway. But what did you teach your anxiety in that moment, folks? You taught your anxiety, that's how I deal with anxiety, by avoiding. And so the next time you feel anxiety, guess what you want to do again? You want to escape. You want to get out of it. And you look for ways to escape. And so you get caught up in this vicious avoidance loop. And so what happens, the more we get caught up in that vicious avoidance, the more territory anxiety starts to take. So it might be first the parent saying, okay, if this teacher really makes you upset, let's get you out of the class. But then anxiety gets you not only to avoid that teacher, but then it might be all teachers who are give tests or who are mean. And then it's any tests. Then it's school. Then it's anything that makes you anxious, and they get caught up in this vicious loop. So that's the first part of understanding that whenever we listen or give in to anxiety, we're making it stronger, which is called the paradox. And the reason why, as you can see, one, that's how we teach our anxiety. The other reason why is when you avoid something, You don't teach your anxiety that it was wrong. So if you avoid flying, you never have that experience like, oh, flying's not that bad. It's not so scary. My anxiety was making a mountain out of a molehill. It's not that big of experience. So your anxiety never has that disconfirming experience. So it continues to believe that that thing, you've confirmed the fear by avoiding. It's scary because you've avoided it. And then the third part of the paradox is everything in life is a skill. And so if you're avoiding something, you're not developing the skills you need to handle it. You're not developing, in our language, there's the stress tolerance skills, there's flying skills, there's dealing with ambiguity skills, there's conversation skills, there's flirting skills. So of course, when you're put in an environment where you need skills that you don't have, you're gonna feel more anxious. So the bottom line is whenever you let anxiety govern your behavior, you're gonna create more anxiety. And so because of that, we wanna learn to not keep fueling the anxious fire. So again, a lot more with parents, a lot more with schools and collaterals and your people like yourself, I'm explaining more about this process. And sometimes to the kids too, or who I work with. Now, a term that not a lot of anxiety folk talk about, but I do. This is more my language and I've coined it. I got to write about it, but I've coined it. I call it the irony of anxiety. And this is why you're all here and why we're going to work on. Because if our anxiety was only about cobras, if it only was about biological threats and just went off about them, you would probably not living where we are. Again, you would not be dealing with a lot of anxious folk because anxiety is doing its job. So, what I mean by that, anxiety was developed to protect us from biological threats, from cobras, sadly, from gunmen in buildings. We want that system to take over our brain, to get us to move quickly, to turn on all the parts to get us out and to get us to safety. But what I share with people, here's the problem. The problem is you've learned we as humans have a smart brain. We've developed a smart brain. So now there's things that we're not only biologically afraid of, there's things we're psychologically afraid of. So again, you can read and see all our human anxiety boils down to these 5 psychological fears. And by the way, this was a pre-test question. So if you want to be a rock star, you might want to write down one of these answers for the post-test because it will show up again. We'll name one human fear or psychological fear. We have a fear of failure. We have a fear of being alone or rejected. We have a fear of disappointment. We have a fear of being out of control. And we have a fear of our own mortality. And all the fears that show up can be traced back to that origin. But here's the problem. When it comes to a psychological fear, and this is the irony, when we follow that anxiety, instead of protecting us from our fear, we're going to make that fear come true. This is the crazy part of anxiety. And let me give you examples of it so you can see. So imagine you have a fear of being alone or rejected, a really normal fear, a big fear that shows up more in high school as you become more aware of yourself and other. But you have a big fear of being rejected or being alone. So here's what your anxiety tells you. Don't go to parties. Don't date. Don't be you. Don't let people see the real you because they're going to reject you. Don't socialize. So imagine you do all those things. You listen to your anxiety. You don't date. You don't talk to people. You don't do any of these things. How are you going to wind up? alone. The exact thing you were trying to protect yourself from. Let's say you're really afraid of failure and you have a big test coming up. So your anxiety system is so afraid of failing it, it tries to get you to avoid it. Clean your room, talk to people, watch your YouTube shows or your Facebook or do any social media. Do anything. Don't even talk. You can't even mention the name SAT or ACT. How well are you going to do on a test that you've avoided and you can't study for? You're going to fail. You can do this with any of our core fears, that the way anxiety tries to protect you from them is probably going to lead to that fear coming true. Or, I was just watching a show where a person was so afraid of disappointing, she was dating two people, was so afraid of disappointing one that she dated both of them. And what do you think happened? Eventually, they both found out. And her big fear was disappointment. And she created it because she listened to her anxiety and didn't talk about it. So, a lot of times, and you can be so afraid of death that you stop living, that you don't live anymore when you listen to your anxiety. Because the only way to not keep yourself safe is to lock yourself up in a room and never do anything. So the irony of anxiety, folks, is whenever you listen to it around the psychological fear, instead of protecting you from that fear, which is its goal, it's going to make that fear come true. So sometimes I talk about it as a misguided mother who thinks it's the right idea, but it's got the idea wrong. So that's the reason we got to stand up to our anxiety and not let it control us, because we don't want that fear to come true. So that's the irony of anxiety. The next thing we talk about is, how do we get rid of anxiety? How do we turn it off? How do we put water on the fire? So being that we're in Colorado, and that, I'm from LA, I would use a different metaphor, but we're in Colorado, and I have to be aware too, I just want to own it. I've been challenged on this. I use a very privileged metaphor. I use the metaphor of skiing. And what I talk about, but you can use others that are more relatable, maybe to the population that you work with or the group, but the kids I primarily work with know about skiing. But I talk about that the only way to diminish our anxiety and get it to turn off is a lot like skiing. So imagine if you and I only talked about skiing and I talked to you about skiing tricks and tips. How good of a skier or confident do you think you could ever become if all we do is talk about skiing? And they would say, probably not very good. And I would say, what's the only way to make you a good skier? Well, I got to go do it. And I say that's the same thing with anxiety. The only way to get our anxiety to go away is to do what we're afraid of and do it over and over again, back to that graph, and that each time it gets easier and easier. And I drew this specifically to challenge my perfectionism and drew a graph that's really ugly and not perfect. Because again, my anxious brain craves that perfectionism and I'm always trying to piss it off. But this shows the first time we do it, back to that original graph, it was really hard and our anxiety stood up. But the next time we do it, it's still hard, but it gets a little easier. And the more we do it, just like skiing, if we start on the bunny hills and we more we do it over and over, the easier it gets. And I also say to kids, that's part of our work. I'm not going to throw you onto the mountain without teaching you some things, because I think that's cruel and mean. And I want to start you at a level you can handle. We're not just going to jump into doing. But before we begin, I'm going to teach you some skills that help you know how to ski. And so in my life, my wife and I, we said there are three things we want our kids to know before we get them on the bunny hill. We want them to know how to turn. We want them to know how to get up. And hers was I wanted them to know how to stop and turn. We both agreed on that. And she added the third, she wants them to know how to get up. Because nothing's more annoying than trying to have to go back and help your kid get up and be that for your kid. So those were the three things we wanted them to know how to do before we got them on the mountain. But once they had those tools, then it was our job to get them on the mountain and practicing at the conditions we did over and over. And when it got easy, we would increase the level. And that's anxiety work in a nutshell. We want to teach kids some tools that help them better manage their worry brain. But once they got it, it's not enough just to give them tools. Then we got to get on the mountain and show them that they can handle it over and over and get it harder and harder so that their worry brain doesn't worry anymore about whatever it is. And that's called exposure work. And that's the work of anxiety. It's teaching kids how to ski and then getting them on the mountain. And so the next step is what we're going to do is start teaching you a model for how to do that and what that looks like. So again, and I'm going to go over, but the key points to hit, we're going to teach you a model that helps you stand up to your worry brain. And that model that I'm going to teach you, but you can look at other workbooks, you can use other models, you can use your own language, but you can still build in this rationale that before we get on the mountain, there's some things I think you should know. But I'm going to teach, it's called learning to face your fears, and each letter stands for something that's going to help you kind of learn to ski and overcome. So again, different kids get different versions. With adults, I try to explain to them a little more, and I thought I had another slide in here, which I'll go to. I'll show you. But again, when it comes to anxiety, yeah, I should have had it in here. There's a meta-analysis of 50 years of research in child outcomes and work. And I'll show it to you, but the one we know the most about, the most treatable mental health condition that we're the best at treating is anxiety. And if we have these components in the anxiety work, anxiety really goes down and it sets up a good trajectory kind of lifelong for kids. So I'll show you that in a little bit. But again, adults get more of this deeper understanding. Middle schoolers on the older side might get a modified language and a little more that helps them understand a little more the rationale for why we have to overcome our anxiety, why we just don't want to listen to it. And elementary school, I leave that out and just say you have an overactive worry brain and we have to learn how to turn it off. And they don't get as much of the rationale. It's what we have to learn to do. And so some of that language is already embedded in kind of these scripts. So the heart of your work is, I call it the cake, is can I kind of give kids a frame and a non-stigmatizing frame, or adults or anyone, for what we're about to do? Can I give them sort of, in the therapy terms, translating a case conceptualization for what's the problem and what we're going to do to help you overcome the problem? Can I explain a little more about anxiety? Can I do more of a deep dive and explain things in different ways that kind of connect? So that's what I call the cake. And now I want to share with you some of the icing, some additional things that might come up that you might pull out from time to time in your work that I kind of use over time, and they're also in your workbook that are about the rationale. So again, as you can hear, I pull out a ton of metaphors, but I also pull out some stories. So let me share with you a story I love to share about anxiety. And it's the baby tiger story. So here's the baby tiger story. Imagine I really wanted to make you, all 80 of you who are here, I wanted to make an impact. And I wanted you to remember this training. So the first thing I did is I gave you all a white Bengal tiger puppy, a cub, sorry, wrong terminology. I gave every one of you a cub, whether you liked it or not. You just inherited a 7-pound baby cub that was adorable and so cute. Even think about it. It's with you. Give it a name. I've always wanted to name one of my animals Nacho. So I'm going to have Cub Nacho. Feel free to name yours, whatever. But imagine you got this cub and it's an awesome cub and you love it. You even maybe send out a little, hashtag, look what I got from work today, whatever it is. You use your social media, but you now own this cub and it's awesome. And now imagine as you start to play with the cub, that the cub gives you a little growl. And you wonder, it's not scary, it's not mean, but you wonder what the growl's about. And you decide, well, maybe it's hungry. So you give the cub some food. And that was a big moment in the cub's life. Because what did the cub learn to do when it's hungry? It learned to growl. What did you learn to do to get this cub to stop growling? To give it some food. So imagine tomorrow comes and the cub wants food, it growls, you give it food. Every day you keep giving the cub food, what's happening to it? It's getting bigger and bigger. It's growing. It's learning. It's getting stronger. And so over time, fast forward 30 years, 40 years, 5 years, every day you're giving the tiger that food, it's no longer a baby tiger anymore. It's grown to a huge 250-pound tiger that growls at you when it's hungry. And this is the story of anxiety. It started off maybe not that big, and we just gave a little avoidance. We listened to it. We gave it its food by avoiding. And the more we gave it its food, it's grown into this huge monster. And so I share the story in large groups. I share the story with parents to kind of create some empathy. That I know from an outsider, when you look and hear about your kid's anxiety, it looks like this little cub, this 8-pound cub. But I want you to understand internally, your child is seeing a 300-pound tiger staring at them as lunch. And you're asking them to not give it their food anymore. And that's the hardest thing to do, to not give a tiger food when it's been given food its whole life. And that's why anxiety work is so hard. And what we're going to learn to do is to cage the tiger and not give it food. And that's really hard to do in the beginning. So that might be another way, rather than talk about the paradox and all that, this might be another way I share that around anxiety and get them to buy into the work. So another thing I try to do is help, again, to destigmatize therapy and language. I try to talk about that we have different kinds of worry brains. And our job at times is, if you want to read about it or learn about it, is to help you understand what that worry is about. What kind of worry brain do you have? And sometimes when you have one worry brain, you can have multiple worry brains or multiple kinds. So I talk about this idea that anxiety kind of falls under an umbrella. And there's all different kinds of anxieties. And to make you a better clinician, here's how you can differentiate between types of anxiety. The key for better diagnosis is not the environment that it shows up. It's what is the fear about? What is the root of the fear? So that's the first thing to understand. If the fear is about rejection, is about judgment, it is social anxiety. And all performance anxiety is typically social anxiety. If it's about panic and my body being out of control and worried about having a panic attack, that's panic disorder. If it's at the root of fear of being trapped or escaping, that's agoraphobia. If it's a fear of what will happen to my parents or a loved one if I'm not with them, that's separation anxiety. It's what the fear is about. So imagine a kid tells you, I can't separate from my parents because the last time I did, I had this horrible feeling in my stomach. It was the worst feeling I ever had. And I never want to feel that way again. If now understanding that, what is the proper diagnosis? It's panic. It's not separation anxiety. And so all of these, they're not going to do a big deep dive on diagnosis, but all of these need to have a functional impact. So if they're in your office, there probably already has a functional impact. And it needs in some way to have a duration. So you should be aware of that. But the other thing to kind of tell, sometimes it's hard to tell the difference between OCD versus GAD and OCD versus more of a thought disorder. So the differential there, generalized anxiety disorder, is my worry brain is worried about everything. It's worried about breakfast, lunch, dinner, my future, my past, what I'm going to do today. And it feels a lot of kids can relate to this question I asked. Does it feel like you can't turn your brain off? That it's always worrying. It's not just thinking, it's always worrying. That's a good sign of GAD. And again, OCD is kind of, I have these thoughts, but I also feel compelled to act on those thoughts. And it's not just this worry, it feels intrusive. It's getting in the way, it pops in my head, and I don't want them there. Again, it's harder with kids, they might not understand. And base rates would suggest more anxiety or OCD. But is it a voice in my head telling me something, or is it a thought? If it's more of a thought, it's OCD or anxiety. If it's more of a voice, and especially OCD, it's more typically ego dystonic, meaning it's a thought like, what if I put my kid in a microwave? What if I do these horrible things to people? And usually with OCD, I'm worried about it and it's distressing that I'm having these thoughts, meaning it's ego dystonic. And you're going to do a much more of a deep dive on OCD over the next couple of days, and I'll encourage you to go to that talk. But again, just to kind of be aware, these are some of the questions you'll want to ask. And especially you'll hear with OCD, if you hear it's present, you're going to want to ask, there's a category of OCD called harm OCD. And that's these really intrusive thoughts that you're afraid if you share with someone, you might get locked up. You know they're kind of crazy or out there. And making it comfortable for people to talk about them can be part of a good assessment. But you'll hear much more about that tomorrow. And OCD no longer is under the anxiety family for in our DSM-5, but I still think of it, and it still responds really well to a lot of the same treatment. And so I still keep it under the umbrella. But if you want to be kind of more understanding, it's no longer in the umbrella. It's more of an, it's under the impulse umbrella. And again, any of these you should know because you're aware. Selective mutism is where you know how to talk, but you don't talk in an environment that you should be able to talk. So a lot of that shows up in school. Um, Another one that I joke, but any of you ever watched The Big Bang Theory? That character, there was one character who knew how to talk really well. He was an astrophysicist. But whenever he was around women and we'd have to hear more, he would go silent. Anyone know that character? Yep, Raj. And so the question would be, if we really wanted to do a better assessment of Raj, would be what is his fear about to kind of help make that differential? And so that's kind of to be aware of. But what we do at times is talk about the anxiety umbrella and help look at and name what parts or how does anxiety fit? Where are you under the anxiety umbrella? And to give empowering language, again, back to Voldemort naming it versus keeping it he who must not be named. And that's page 10 of your workbook. The next thing, the last kind of icing, I think it's the last icing on the cake. No, one more. The second to last icing on the cake, you're doing great. Then we're going to take a quick break. This is a technique. Some people don't know what their fear is about. They might really have questions. Why does raising my hand make me anxious, but everyone else can raise their hand with no problem? And what I share with people is, again, our worry brain, again, is scanning for danger. And for whatever reason, your worry brain has linked that action to some fear that it's trying to protect you from coming true. And other people, that worry brain maybe hasn't made that connection. But if you want to figure out what you're afraid of, it's not that important to know to conquer. In the same way, it's not that important to know why you're thirsty to take care of your thirst. But if you really want to understand it, there's a way to figure it out. And it's called the downward arrow tool. So the downward arrow is where you tell someone that we're going to let your worry brain run wild for a little bit to really try to understand what fear is it trying to protect you from. So I want to hear, when you think about raising your hand in class, what does your worry brain start telling you? And then they start naming some of those fears. Well, everyone's going to laugh at me. I'm going to get it wrong. The teacher's going to think I'm dumb. And then you can say, that would be horrible and really empathetic. I hear that would be really bad. And let's let your worry brain go a little further. Imagine that did come true. And everyone kind of knew you were dumb. That was the fear. Or your teacher thought you were dumb. What would be the worst thing that could happen if that came true? And we keep kind of going down the fear rabbit hole till we try to get to what the fear is about. Is it really about being alone or rejected? Is it about disappointing people I care about? Is it about being a failure? Is it about my own mortality? Then I'll go kill myself, or there's no reason to live if I can't be smart. And you can kind of keep drilling it down. So that's the tool. And that's page 12 of your workbook that can you can pull out and help people figure that out. Because again, in some, back to the inquirer, inquiring minds like to know. Some people like to understand, other people don't. So that's a tool to help people understand. So the last thing I'll share is anxiety in the age of COVID has changed. So this is the last piece of icing on the cake, is you're going to be getting some guide or questions or maybe guidance as you start telling people that they need to challenge their fear and kind of learn to overcome. Well, what do I do if I'm afraid of getting COVID? Does that mean I should not wear a mask? Does that mean I should go to school? So what I would say is, first off, that again, COVID is a biological threat. And so we want to challenge or we want to respect and learn to tolerate. I don't want you going to pet cobras. If your anxiety is worrying about jumping off a building and tells you to not do that, That's a biological threat. We want to learn to respect all biological threats, and if we have to learn how to manage it. If it is more of a psychological threat that anxiety is using based on misinformation about COVID, based on a lack of understanding of how we get it, we do want to challenge that. So I've been working with kids who thought you could get COVID if you brush up against someone. So they were not going to any school or anywhere, even wearing a mask or outside, because if they brushed up against someone, they got COVID. Their brain couldn't understand it. So that was something we wanted to challenge, to give the real information and lean into. And if the science doesn't support, and we don't know yet, to err on the side of caution. So what this looks like is a decision tree. If it's purely psychological, we want to continue to teach them skills and help work through an exposure paradigm to have the anxiety diminish. If it's a clear biological threat and they have to do it, like they have to go to school now and wear masks, but they're worried about it, we want to teach them skills to manage, and it's okay, I would say, to accommodate. If it's misinformation, as I said, we want to challenge it. And if it's unsure, err on the side of caution. So for example, if someone has a parent who's immunocompromised, they can't even get the vaccine or they can't do anything to keep themselves safe, and their child, they're keeping them home because of that, that might be a reason to treat as biological, because right now there's nothing that can protect them and they're at high risk of getting ill. So that might be one we want to help accommodate around and figure out what to do. So this is kind of the guidance that I've been teaching school districts, and I might guide you to think through. And there's a lot of scenarios and nuances, and we don't have a ton of time to unpack. But here are some quick guidelines to think through. So folks, this could be a whole talk in itself. So first off, just any questions before we take a break? I know we have a little more time. Any questions, feel free to type. But here are the things I want you to take. I really want you to have, share the last slide again. Yes. And this is hard right now, and COVID's not over, and you're going to be asked for guidance, especially if you work more with anxiety about how to handle some of these tricky situations. Yeah. So one of the questions that came that I'll answer, do you see any particular difficulty with adults who are trying to work through anxiety while heavily medicated? So it depends on the type of medication. There can be nuances. But a lot of times, if you're taking anxiety medication to get through your anxiety, in some ways, that's what you're teaching your worry brain, is that you need anxiety to handle it. And so if it is that bad and moderate to severe anxiety, maybe the combination might be important. But ideally, we are trying to pull away from medication use. And the psychiatrist, you can ask this question to tomorrow, Dr. Davis, she's amazing. She can answer more of that. But I try to stay away from anxiety medication because of that. I say, we want to teach your brain that you don't need it. And if you need it in the beginning to help you get started, eventually we might want to pull away from it over time to see if you really need it after you get going. So if you need a crutch to get started on the mountain, I'm okay, but then we might know that we're going to have to pull away the crunch. Yeah, the crutch. But again, the psychiatrist will talk much more about that, and especially, yeah, the use of any benzodiazepines. They again give you a happy kick, and again, they're really addictive, and they teach you, and you can get really, they cause more problems sometimes than help. So it is a conversation to have, and especially one to have more with your with the psychiatrist who could speak more to it. But I do kind of advise, or I start my approach to therapy, I kind of go with a Confucius quote that you don't kill an ant with a cannon. And what I mean by that, I try to start with the least invasive thing possible to see if we can make traction without it. And if we can, then we don't have to add anything. But if we're not making traction with the least invasive, then we have something to add to the mix. But there is evidence, not for benzos, but for different kinds of anxiety disorders, that with moderate to severe, that the combination of two is really a very effective protocol for helping, but not necessarily benzos. But I will not speak to that because that's out of my scope. But I will let Dr. Davis speak to it tomorrow, and you can ask her for sure. So really, again, great questions. But here's what I really want you to take, some take-home message from Module 1. Can I now walk into a room and with any age, find a way to create a frame for the work we're doing? Number 2, can then, as I provide a frame, can I find the right language and the right amount of depth to talk about anxiety that gets buy-in for what we're about to do, which is teach you some skills and then get you to try skiing. As if you don't want to, how scary it is, but you're getting on that mountain. Can I share enough information or talk about it in a way that hooks you into doing that work? And then here are some icing. Can I talk more about, again, the different kinds of anxieties we might experience and how they show up? Can I give some stories and how that can imagine and create some empathy for people helping and build more of a team approach? Can I help someone if they want to, if they're like, why is this, why? Why does my anxiety go off about this? To not just be say, well, because, to help them figure it out. And can I talk more in the age of anxiety work in the age of COVID? Can I think through and give some nuanced responses to some of the ways it's going to show up in nuanced scenarios that gets really tricky? You know, I'm working with one kid right now who has a lot of germ OCD. And again, wants to wash their hands a lot whenever they touch something, especially because they don't want to get COVID or a virus. That's really hard now in the age of messaging and that, to say, to find the right amount and to get them to only do the right amount and right amount of times. Yeah. So that is part of the work. So folks, yeah, you've heard me. So this is a great question from Adriana. Can I distinguish the difference between worry, fear, and anxiety? Because you've heard me use them interchangeably. I would say, and maybe others would disagree if you wanted to do a deep dive, I would say they are all synonymous, that those are the synonyms. What I would say is different is stress and anxiety, fear. So stress is the thing we have to do, is the it. Worry, fear and anxiety is the it coupled with the belief that it's not going to go well, with the desire to avoid, with the attachment that there's a danger element, with the desire to protect. So the SAT is the it, it's the stressor. Anxiety, worry, and fear is the attachment that that thing can lead to danger, that it could go wrong, that I need to avoid. So the next question, and then again, these are awesome questions. The next question is, how do I approach trauma and PTSD within this? So again, I would say I use this framework and I say, you've now gone through an experience that's both brought water into your dam and now has your anxiety system on edge. It's hyper alert. It's aware. It's seeing what bad can happen. And it's not able to calm down like it used to. And that's our work, is to help your anxiety system learn how to do that again, is to learn how to differentiate and calm itself down because it's on hyper alert and it's always on edge anymore, which is a key component of trauma. And I would say, I'm going to teach you some skills. And part of that work, and what we know, is again, any trauma treatment, if you look at any, have an exposure element, EMDR, prolonged exposure, cognitive processing therapy, all have an exposure element. And I say part of what we need to do to work through that trauma is to lean into it. And it's kind of stuck in yet part of your emotion brain. And we got to talk through it and clean it out so it cannot be such a prominent piece in your dam and overwhelming your capacity to cope. So that's kind of how I talk about it. And then the other thing I talk about, the last thing, back to the dam, I'm going back far, is what I also talk about is the relationship between stress and anxiety, that usually when people are under more stress, when they have more water in the dam, they have heightened, so the relationship goes between the two as well, it should be there, that when we're under more stress, our alarm is more heightened. So a lot of time people come to therapy or have an exacerbation of their OCD, of their panic, under times of big transition or stress. That's why a lot of kids, in the summer, they have no more anxiety. And when they go back to school, they have a ton, because now they have more stressors and they have more water, which then kicks off more of their anxiety system. So not only a lot of anxiety work is working on the anxiety itself, but also helping them deal with stress. These are awesome questions, but I'm aware of the time, and I want to give you all a quick break. Oh, so last thing before I give you a quick break, I'm getting off my schedule, which is okay, but we're going to take a 10-minute break in about 5 minutes, because I want you to do one last thing to make sure some learning occurred. So I want to give you a moment to reflect. I want to model it, and then I want to have you practice. And we're going to use a little vignette. So, and for the vignettes, I have borrowed my kids or my kids' friends' names and some of the things they might deal with. So Lila is a 12-year-old who's agreed to work with you on her anxiety about test taking. This is her first meeting with you. So remember, she's 12. And think about all the things I talked about. What do you think would be the essential elements you might want to build in a first session after an intake to try to help Lila, a 12-year-old? So Um, we're not going to break out. Next time we'll do breakout rooms, but I want you to reflect on that, but I'll model it. So again, and then I'll have you think about it. But I might say, Lila, I'm so glad you're here and learning this stuff now, because learning this stuff is hopefully going to help you not only with tests, but any other place that your worry brain might be showing up. And in order to really help you, I want to slow you down and let's talk a little more about your brain. And I want you to realize that your brain, that not every thought is coming from the same place, that your brain is a little more like a band. And also, too, you know what? I know about Lila because we did an intake that she's an orchestra. She's not in band. So I might flip the metaphor and say, hey, Lila, I know you're an orchestra. And so I want you to think of your brain a little bit more like an orchestra. And so let me introduce you to your brain in the beginning. And I might say to Lila, who's the person in the orchestra who kind of is leading everyone and in charge and helps make sure the music is all playing in tune? She might tell me the conductor. And I would say, well, that's the first person. Who's the conductor of your band this year? Miss whoever or Mr. Okay. And I might write on the board, so this is the conductor. And then I would talk about the conductor a little bit. And because she's 12, I might leave out coach in the beginning. And then I would say, then there's a rhythm section. And I would talk about that. You know, you're play violin, you're in the rhythm section. And the rhythm is the best part of the band. It adds, but your rhythm is focused on what you need. And then I might ask her if she's watched the movie Inside Out and talk about that and then kind of introduce her a little bit to the notion of a backpack. And that kind of stress is like stuff in a backpack. And then our emotion brain is like that. And then I would teach her about worry brain. And because she's 12, I would just talk to her. The job of worry is to keep you safe. And your worry brain is trying to keep you safe during tests. But instead of helping you, it's getting in the way of you doing well on tests because it's trying to protect you and it's not helping. So we have to learn how to turn off your worry brain and not let it control you around tests. So I'm going to teach you some skills, but before we do that, that's what we're going to do the next time we meet is start learning some skills and diving in. Let's make sure you got it. And then I would play some thought games with her, throw out some thoughts. I would have her maybe give me some examples of what her emotion brain wants and that. And then we would do a status check. We would do a little more bonding. And then we'll talk about the other thing I would do in the first session is I also build a reward menu. Because I say doing this stuff is not fun. It's really hard, and we'll talk about that. But then we build a reward menu, and she would get points for kind of practicing some stuff, and we'd set some goals. And then I would send her on her way. So that's what would be a first session. So now take the next 10 minutes, take a break, breathe, digest, let this all sink in. We're going to start rolling at 10 o'clock on the dot. And I want you just during that time to really think about how you might craft a first session. Now hearing this, what that might look like for you, how you might add your own spin or twist to it, and what you might do. But think about the keys of creating a new way to think about your brain, destigmatizing some of the issues, and helping to develop kind of a rationale for the work and to get moving. And I will take a 5-minute break. So anyone who has further questions that I missed, stick around or come back in 5 minutes rather than 10. And I'll take from 9:55 to 10 o'clock to answer any questions. But I'm going to hit stop at this moment. Again, if you want, this is the point to turn off your screens, hit mute, take the next 10 minutes. Now we're going to dive in to, again, kind of this model. And remember, there's other models out there. But I like my model. I'm a little partial, and I could share why and where there's differences. But the main model this was adapted after is Philip Kendall's coping cat, which is this is more, it is a CBT model. And CBT, as you know, is this relationship between how we think, feel, do, and act that kind of impacts kind of the change in any of those elements can change what we do. And so this falls under that kind of model. But again, it incorporated other elements, as I said, motivational interviewing, and then a big researcher's name is Michelle Krask, who really understands how we inhibitory learning and how we learn to extinguish fear. And so I built in some of her work into the model, and that's part of the E-step. So there's a few little changes, but we will go in and dive in. So again, here's the F step. And again, because you're all clinicians, I'm not going to go to the same depth if you are not clinicians, because you're aware of a lot of this. But I usually start with kids after we kind of name their worry brain. I say, why do you think we start with understanding our parts of our brain? Or why do we start with feelings? And I share with them, well, what do you do when you're thirsty? And everyone answers, well, when I'm thirsty, I'm drink. And I say, well, why might it be important to know I'm thirsty? Because our brain needs to tell us what we need. And so I say the same is true with any of our feelings. We want to know what it is so we know what we need to do. And that's why we start with trying to understand, how do we know when we're feeling anxious? So then I get them to kind of buy in that we want to know. And I also might say, also, when we can put a word to something and understand it, it also helps calm and organize our brain, which is a really important thing, the ability to put language to something. So then I throw out from my own life, I'm from California, the land of earthquakes. And I say, I imagine I invited you and you've never been to California and you didn't know about earthquakes. And all of a sudden, in the middle of the night, you wake up, the ground's shaking, things falling, and you had no idea what's going on. What do you think would happen in your brain? It's going to freak out. We're dying. It's over. But when you can put a word to it, it can still be scary. Oh, this is an earthquake. It's still scary, but then your earthquake knowledge can kick in. And that's also one of the things we'll talk about. What if you use the wrong label? That's part of the problem too, is when we describe things that are anxiety that aren't might be anxiety. And we'll talk about that in a minute. But when we can put a label to something, it calms our brain. And a lot of what I talk about panic attacks is not having a label for the experience. Our heart is racing and we think we're dying. Our worry brain starts to go rampant and starts to go off because we don't have a label. But when we know, and then we go to the emergency room and they're like, oh, that was a panic attack. We didn't know. And now that we know, it's still scary, but then we have a label for it. So I talk about it's important to develop a label and understand. So we all know why it's important to when we're thirsty, and we can do this in any feeling. But then I ask this fun question. How do you know when you're thirsty? How do you know thirst? And you all have gone to school, so you know this from kind of a CBT framework. How we come to the conclusion around a state is we are kind of taking in data from four inputs. We're taking in thoughts. So for thirst, it might be picturing bubble water or Gatorade or whatever that thirst quencher might be. It might be behaviors we associate with drinking, like going to the fridge, filling up a cup. Our body, how it feels in our body. Our throat might be dry. And other states we associate with that feeling. as other ways to know. So, more with hunger, I might be irritable and cranky. So with some kids, I might show those Snickers commercials, where it's this angry, like football player screaming and yelling, and then they eat the Snickers, and it's like adorable Betty White, who's like really happy, and she was just hungry, and she just needed to eat. So we talk about that. And we sometimes, when we're practicing, this would be session 2, we might pick a couple other feelings to look for this. But then eventually we focus on anxiety. And we try to highlight, how do we know? Because it's so important to know, because that's the foundation to then to know what we need to do. How do we know when we're anxious? How do, when we want that light bulb to go off and go, oh, this is my worry brain right now. This is the drummer in the band. And remember, we've already started that process. There's a method into the madness with Brain 101. We already started to introduce that idea a little bit. So, and what we could talk about here, folks, is sometimes we do label experiences wrong, because with anxiety, we over rely on one part of the equation, and therefore we interpret that as anxiety. So here's what I mean by that. What is the physiological difference between excitement and anxiety? Physiologically, when we're excited about something or anxious about something, do you know, is there a physiological difference between the two? No, there's actually no physiological difference. When we're excited about an event, our heart starts racing, our chest starts pounding. We might get some butterflies in our stomach because we're excited about it. But if we appraise that experience as worry, then all of a sudden, instead of being wanting to do that experience, now we want to avoid it. So part of this sometimes is helping to talk about and help people slow down, that sometimes they might be labeling things and mislabeling in their own head. And we want to help them develop a nuance. But physiologically, anything related to fight or flight, and this is in your workbook, all the systems that get turned on, I'm not going to do a deep dive, get turned on. And next thing we will talk about, where do you feel anxiety in your body? Is it your heart? How do you know? A big place, because that's part of my work, I start cueing people to their thoughts. And remember, worry thoughts are always about what could go wrong, why to avoid. And I sometimes talk about it like a hurricane. It starts off as a small thought. I'm not having fun at this party. I need to go. I'm not having fun at the party. I need to go. And it starts to take more speed and space. No, I got to go. We got to go right now. We got to go. We got to leave the party right now. We got to get out of here. Another kind of aspect to anxious thinking is when it gets locked in. And locked in, remember, this is appropriate with anxiety. If there's a cobra in the room, folks, you don't want to be thinking about everything else. You don't want to think about breakfast, what you're going to do later, all the things you have to do when there's a cobra in the room. So when there's locked in thinking, when someone can't let go of something and they're replaying it or focused on it over and over, oh, thank you. I did again that horrible thing I do during COVID, or what you call presenting. I was talking like you were viewing the slides and you weren't viewing the slides. So I apologize. So again, locked in kind of thinking. So that's the thought kind of process. Feelings, and I say whenever you're having these feelings, you also want to check in if there's anxiety present too. When you're noticing that you're stressed, overwhelmed, upset, frustrated, angry. And then a good way to know that anxiety might be present, one of the key things is the behavior avoidance. If you're avoiding something, there's probably more anxiety to it than you realize. So this is something I usually ask adults and high school students, and I'll ask you all too. Think about your own to-do list. Is there anything that you keep procrastinating on that is on the to-do list and should be working on, and for some reason you just haven't gotten to yet? Folks, there might be some anxiety there. And so just to be aware, that's another way to kind of know, oh, maybe I have more anxiety about this than I realized, that it keeps moving down the list or I keep not getting to it. So that's another. So we'll play, kind of help them kind of tease it out. And then in the session, there's sheets in the workbook, feeling sheets. I might have them draw their feelings. I might have them draw a worry brain. But then we do, because we talk about the importance of naming feelings, then we start practicing and creating space around feelings. And so what I do, besides just kind of drawing feelings at time with kids, we might talk about their feelings, but then I call it the feeling game. I try to gamify a lot of things. So then I'll start throwing out scenarios and I'll hand them a feeling sheet. And I'll say, try to give me 3 feelings you might feel if the scenario came true. And so I might say, for example, surprise, I've now given you all a ticket to Hawaii and you have to leave in 2 hours. Tell me 3 feelings you might be feeling in the moment. You have to go, you're off to Hawaii in 2 hours. Then I might say, after that, yeah, so you can think about your feelings and slow down. Then I might say, and surprise, you have to do it with your arch enemy. Now, how are you feeling? And so, again, we name 3 feelings and we practice and we just have fun kind of naming feelings. And we talk about that's important and to really get in touch. And then I also start getting them used to that is I start the next skill I say after we name feelings, and that's really important with anxiety work, is the skill of learning to scale our feelings, to put numbers to how strong our feelings are. And I say we could do this with any feeling, but with anxiety, it's really important because especially with anxiety, we might do different things based on that number of how strong the worry is in us. And so then I'll throw out anxiety inducing scenarios and I'll ask them to give me numbers of how anxiety inducing it would be. So I'll give you some examples that I typically like to use. Surprise, you are singing the national anthem at the Rockies game tonight. And it's going to be videoed and shown to all your friends. What number is that on your worry meter from 1 to 10? Feel free to type it in. Awesome. So folks, some definite karaoke nights with you all in the future to get over your anxiety. Number 2, imagine you know how to eat cow intestines. What number would that be on your worry meter? Yeah. So yeah, so we would just play scenarios out. And then the other one I do when I give larger talks and I to kind of really reinforce the notion of scaling, and I'll share it with you all, is I call it the bathroom example. But folks, going back to that metaphor of skiing, as I've moved to Colorado, we have embraced the skier's lifestyle as a family, which means that we hit the Saturday mornings, we wake up really early and we make the drive. And I realized that if you leave anytime after 5:30 a.m., nowadays, sadly, you're stuck in traffic. There's probably an accident. It just starts the day off miserably, and it's a horrible way to kind of start your ski day. But if you leave before 5:30 a.m., you're golden. You get there early, you have time, you eat some breakfast, and you have a great way to start the day. So for me, 5:30 is the magic line. So now imagine, as a parent, you're in the car, you do your job, you get everyone in the car, all the gear, everyone, it's 5:25 in the morning, you're about to make it, and all of a sudden you hear these words, Daddy, I have to go to the bathroom. So now, folks, you know about scaling. So now imagine you ask your kid, well, what number would this be on your worry meter from, or sorry, not on your worry meter, but how bad do you have to go from 1 to 10? And if they tell you it's a 10, of course you're saying, okay, go. And hopefully you've done therapy on yourself and you've unlearned your Jewish traditions and you don't throw out guilt. Fine, ruin the day for everyone because you couldn't go to the bathroom when I told you 10 minutes ago. So you don't do that. But again, instead, you say, hey, um, you let them go. But again, if they say it's a 1 or 2, instead you're saying, hey, all right, let's roll. And let's see if you can make it. Let me know when it's a 5 or 6. So again, that's where scaling kind of comes in. But scaling becomes even more just a preview of coming attractions. Why you want to spend some energy with kids and scaling or adults. Because remember, folks, after we learn the skills of anxiety, remember the key to anxiety work is doing. So once kids learn how to scale anxiety really well, when we start to build these things called hierarchies, or my language exposure mountains, their ability to tell you how anxiety inducing that would be will be really important to help you build a mountain. So that's part of the method where it might not feel that important. Scaling and anxiety work becomes really helpful for both, again, building mountains. And then when you do these kind of repeated challenges and things get easier, for them to tell you, well, it started at an 8, now it's a 6. Trial 2, it started at a 6, now it's at a 4. So that's where you want to practice it a little more and introduce it. And this is when I introduce it. Okay, that's workbook page 20. So again, we talked about ways to practice not only scaling, but we can do the feeling game and throw out scenarios, but then we can also start to talk about more about their feelings about their day and help them kind of, again, talk about their feelings and scale, well, how anxious were you? How happy were you? And stuff like that. So again, we're doing a lot of feeling work, and there's this whole other body of research I could talk about the importance of having good emotional intelligence and the ability to accurately describe your emotions and the long-term impact. So there's really a lot of good by helping kids learn to better understand their emotional world on so many levels. So now the third skill is then I say we want to be able to know we're anxious. We want to be able to know how anxious we are. But the third thing we want to do is we want to have the ability to calm down our emotion brain or our worry brain and get our smart brain back. Because remember, if a cobra is in the room, your smart brain goes offline because it wants to quickly react. But we need our smart brain to do something differently. And that's where I introduce a calming skill are things that help get your smart brain back. Things that help calm you down so that your smart brain can help and be part of the process. Because if we just have, remember, our anxiety is in control, we're going to avoid and the tiger is going to take over all the things we don't want to have happen. So yes, if you want to use a DBT framework, wise mind. So again, we need to have tools to get our smart brain back. So what I share with kids and adults, that if it passes my test, it can be a good calming tool. So again, borrowing from the tick literature, and again, some of that, I kind of developed some rules for a good calming skill. So here they are. This is another post-test item. What are the rules to a good calming tool? So number one, it has to work to calm you down. Number two, it has to be safe. So cutting, burning, all that off the list. It has to not draw attention to yourself. So FYI, screaming at the top of your lungs does send a calming response. But that's going to draw a ton of attention to you if you scream in the middle of anywhere. Number four, which is a little bit different than other things, with anxiety, remember, avoidance is horrible. So it can't lead to avoidance. Avoidance is the enemy. So distraction, which you'll see, I'm about to show you all the calming tools. Distraction is a great calming tool. They teach it in DBT. But if distraction leads to avoidance, you can't use it as a calming tool. So if you can watch a 5-minute YouTube video, calm yourself down and get back to your work, great. But if a 5-minute video leads to a whole binge, leads to a whole series, and your day has gone to Netflix, it's off the list. And you need to have some that are portable. So those are the 5 rules. And I say every person has to have 2. You don't have to like all the ones I show you. If you have 2, we might not spend a lot of energy. But if you don't, I'm going to expose you over our work to a whole bunch to see if there's others you might like and to see if you want to add it to the mix. So those are the rules. And then, folks, what I did is did a whole deep dive and all the different calming tools and all this work. And I tried to figure out what kind of separates and kind of came up with these 4 categories, which I call buckets. So this is not exhaustive. There's probably more and you can add. But here are the main calming tools that we use in our therapy language and our literature that have been shown to be effective to reduce our physiological arousal. So there are some that really involve getting the body involved. And that's using our breath, diaphragmatic breathing. Stretching is another one you can do anywhere. Exercise. And then PMR, folks, stands for progressive muscle relaxation. And we'll go over a couple of these. Then there's tools that involve engaging more your mind to relax. Visualization, grounding, humor, mindfulness, and distraction. Grounding, by the way, I'm so surprised kids love it. It's one of their favorite go-tos after I teach it to them. And I'll show you how, and it's in the workbook how I teach it. There's getting our senses involved. So having things they can touch, involving music, scents, lotion, cold water. For some, it's about removing their senses, getting them to quiet and stillness to calm down. And then the 4th is about getting it out. So again, sometimes I spend a lot of energy going through all of these, but because you're all clinicians, you've all heard of these, you've all been exposed to these, I will kind of go through a couple and how I teach it that have been, that kids really respond to. So the first one that I'll just go through, you all know breath. And diaphragmatic breathing is essential, and learning to do good breath work to modulate your arousal is really a helpful tool. And a lot of kids, when they're anxious or panicked, they don't realize, but they either short breathe or stop breathing or breathe, and that kind of fuels the anxious alarm. So we really want to at least introduce breathing. But again, some kids with OCD or things like that, breathing might be part of it, and they might have anxiety about it. So it might actually be something you have to expose them to. But the way I teach breathing is like this. So, folks, one of my quests, sadly, is I am always on the lookout for the best nachos in any area. But I want you to picture what sounds like the best brunch that you can imagine right now. What would you love to show up at your doorstep? That would be an awesome thing. And so it might not be nachos right now, it's about brunch. I'm going to think of a breakfast burrito. But think of what just sounds super yum. Snooze is actually a block away from my house, and it is super yum. Their breakfast burritos are pretty good. I wouldn't say the best, but pretty good. So picture that. And for some people, if you want, they could picture a flower, too, an aromatic flower. But I like to picture food. We can analyze me later. But again, picture that, and you want to get a really good deep breath in of that food through your nose. And then what we're going to want to do, how I teach kids, you're going to want to blow out like you were blowing out on hot soup. So I want to see your breath and kind of hear it. So a good diaphragmatic breath, folks. Let's breathe in that yummy food, and let's blow out on hot soup. Let's breathe in that yummy food, blow out on hot soup. One more. Breathe in that yummy food, blow out on hot soup. And then we just talk. How'd that feel? We talk about it. And we say, do we want to add this to your calming sheet? Or did you not like it? What did you think? Could you see yourself using it? And remember, my rule is we have to keep finding two. And they might already have some, and we don't have to reinvent the wheel if they have two, and we're going to use it in that way. And so the other one I'll just teach you from here, that's kind of kid friendly, and it's in your book, is PMR, but it's really fun to do with kids. So PMR is when we tighten a muscle group and relax it. So folks, what I want you to picture is again, because we're adults here in the audience, you need to make margaritas or lemonade for 4 people, and you only have 2 lemons. So the first thing we got to do is squeeze the lemons as tight as we can. So grab those lemons in your hand and squeeze them as tight as you can. We're going to do it for 10 seconds. Really squeeze them as hard as you can. Get all that juice out. You don't have enough lemons for all that margarita you need to make. Oh, get it out. 3, 2, 1. Now drop the lemons. Drop the lemons. Feel it out. And we'll do a couple more. The next one is, I call it the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle. We're going to go in our half shell, folks. So up we go. Turtles in a half shell. Get your shoulders all the way up. Hold it really tight for 10 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Drop it down. Oh, how did that feel? Woo, that felt good to me over here. Now the third one, we're going to get our whole body involved. We're going to plank. Stiff as a board, we're going to turn into a plank. 10 seconds, as tight as you can. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, tight as you can. Feel it. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Wiggle it out. And then the last one I say to kids, this one's just fun. We carry a lot of kind of tension and anxiety in our face. So we're going to scrunch our face up and make it look really silly for 10 seconds. Really scrunch it up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Let it out. So we have fun, and they try that. And again, how I teach it to you all is not how I teach it therapeutically. And we'll share. So therapeutically, I'm sharing 1 or 2. And then every session after this, becomes we start the session with a new calming tool. And we introduce a new calming tool and see if they like it or not, or a new group. So I kind of start off with a couple body to start, and then we hear what they already use. But then I give them experiences in therapy of some of these others and see, is it better? Is it better than what you have? Should we add it? Do we want to try it or not? But it's too overwhelming for adults or kids to go through them all together at one time. I just make them aware. So I'm sort of teaching it in the way I would not advise doing it, teaching or therapeutically, but I haven't figured out a better way to teach it than this method. So again, you know about all these other areas, but the one thing I'll kind of talk, because it's so popular with kids, is grounding. And I'm surprised it is. It really shocks me. But the way I teach grounding to kids, and the first way I teach it, I call it rainbow grounding, and it's kind of fun. Rainbow grounding is where you look for the rainbow in the room. So grounding is the art of what brings you to the present and helps you focus on an object in the present. So rainbow grounding is the opportunity to be in the present by finding the rainbow in the room. And here's what I mean by that. So I want you all to type, find me something red in your room. And when you found something red, type it in. So I think my background presentation is red. Now find me something orange in your environment. And when you find something orange, type it in. Love it. I love to see it flying. Now find me something yellow. Now find me something green. Now find me something red, orange, yellow, blue. Yeah. And now find me something purple. And I say that's always great. You can find the rainbow in the room, or sometimes you can pick a color and find 5 of that color. That helps too. And then the other way kids like to ground, and adults too. So remember, grounding is about being in the present and kind of anchoring in your senses. So the other one is called 5-finger grounding, and you incorporate the senses. So this is how I do it. Some people do it differently, but I'll share it with you. And this is all back in your workbook. Remember I showed you all these common tools are outlined in there. So you can go over them, you can print them out, whatever you want. But 5-finger grounding, you start with 5 facts. So grounding them in the present. So today is Wednesday, it's 10:37. It's 84 degrees outside. My little puppy is at my feet. I'll introduce you to Maple, our COVID puppy. Yeah, so that's 4 and 5, giving a talk to you all. Yeah, so that's 5 facts. Then 4 things you can see and name them in your environment. So I see my water, I see lotion, I see my wallet, I see my camera, I see a parking ticket. Then 3 things you can touch and touch them. So phone, water bottle, lotion. Then 2 things you hear, and then you put down your second finger. So you're kind of making a fist. I hear my own voice, and I hear my dog. And then end with 1 thing that makes you happy. And that's my kids. So that's kind of 5-finger grounding, and people like that one too. Moving along, you can go through all the others, but teenagers really like, if you want to be hip, or that might not be the word, woke, or whatever the term might be now. I got to get up with my lingo. I've stopped staying on point as much. But again, music is really a powerful way to connect to teens and have them make you a calming playlist. something they can keep on their phone, can be very powerful, or have them find apps that make them laugh, that my therapist is telling me to watch Funny or Die, or whatever is age appropriate, or things that can help them laugh. Is a mind kind of thing. Laughter is another calming tool. And then I have them experience getting it out, which is journaling, and we'll take 5 to 10 minutes and put on some music that they like and that they find calming, and teach them about the art of journaling, how to put your feelings out there. And so there's a guided journal in your book, as well as kind of free form, but the art of connecting to their water, the art of connecting to what's in their backpack, and getting it on paper and seeing what it's about, or putting it into something creative, or learning that it's okay to vent, and that's part of what therapy is about. So we go through all these, as I said, not all of them, but the goal, really fast, because this will show up on your post-test. How many tools do we want each kid to have? Dos, yes. Thank you. Yeah. So as you can see, common tools. Don't teach all at once. Introduce new one each time. Choose the order you present based on intuition of what you think will work with each child as you get to know them. Are they more kinesthetic? Are they more cerebral? Are they more kind of, they just need to get it out as you get to know them, and teach that in the order? Can you teach them the rationale of why they work to help with anxiety? And then can you make sure that they recognize that these are skills and they need to practice them, not just when they're anxious or upset, but when they're calm, so that they can use them more when they're upset? And can you always model and remember, okay, sometimes that you might need to, when they're really flooded, you might need to step in and be their emotion or their smart brain for them. So we went through all the tools, which you can see. Okay. Okay. Yep. So now I should have had, I cleaned it up. Oh, okay. So what I want to kind of help you to, this is the same language for a little bit of a panic attack, and we'll talk about a little of the nuances as we go. But when you are called in to step into a crisis, or a person's very anxious, I want you to remember they're seeing that tiger and they're not able to really hear you. So trying to engage with someone on a smart brain level when they're flooded is not going to be an effective tool, which you know that. And I just want to give you the language. You want to help them get out of their emotion brain or their worry brain and help them get their smart brain back. So I call that, you want to start off, if you come into a crisis, you want to start off with a care and command language. I need you to. I need you to breathe with me right now. Follow my breath. I need you to step out. Let's take a walk. I need you to, and if they don't comply, you don't know them. If you don't know them, you might not know why. So I would encourage you to switch up to a different calming tool, a different whole bucket, to see if you can get any compliance. That part of their brain is really locked in. And you want to praise any action of compliance. Thank you for breathing. This is hard. You're doing great. Keep breathing. You also want to help them anticipate and prepare them. You're doing great. As you're doing it, just know your worry brain or your emotions might start to get back up. That's really normal. And just keep breathing. It means it's working. Why you want to anticipate? Because remember that feeling out of control is what further fuels anxiety or emotions. And the more you can help kind of be that kind of anchoring process, can really help de-escalate. And you want to recognize Again, calming when they're flooded could take between 30 to 45 minutes. It might take 3 to 5 if they practice. But again, it might take a little time. You want to recognize when you've done enough calming to kind of know when their smart brain is back. And a way to know their smart brain is back is, can they talk to you? Can they tell you what happened? Can they start to share? And if they can't, they're probably still kind of wrapped up in either an emotional or worry process. And so you also, part of that is recognizing if you offer kind of a calming tool and it's rejected, that you don't want to further agitate. You want to switch to a different. And sometimes remember, especially if parents are there or other collaterals, sometimes the best thing you can do to help people calm down is separation, is to kind of help them get out of the environment for a minute, calm down, talk about what happened, and re-enter. So when they're really flooded or escalated, remember your go-to as a therapist is to no longer try to engage their smart brain. It's to engage in calming tools to help get their smart brain back and to help them do that process, sometimes in that sense, being their smart brain for them. So these are all things, kind of the big stuff. Kids need to, the 3 skills to kind of review, and we'll go over it again, but just to hear it again. They need to be able to identify that they're feelings and distinguish what really is anxiety, but what am I calling anxiety that might not be anxiety. They need to learn to put numbers, especially to anxiety, because of the work that's ahead. And they need to be able to get their smart brain back, because we need our smart brain to fight anxiety. And we also need our smart brain, again, with our emotion brain too. This is a universal step that I'll teach these skills. We need our smart brain to make healthy choices, to cope. And that's one thing I talk about a little differently. All these tools, we sometimes in our therapy world, we intertwine calming and coping. Calming is the art of getting your smart brain back. Coping is then the healthy choice you make around what you identify. So back to kind of food, if when I open the fridge, I'm so hungry, I eat everything, I calm myself enough to recognize my choices. When I grab the healthy food rather than the cake, that's good coping. Not, and that calming did not, it leads to good coping, but they're a little different. So if I'm so angry that I'm about to slash someone's tires, and I calm myself enough to recognize my anger, and I slow down, my making a different choice than slashing the tires are the coping skills. And how do I do that? So back to, again, we talked about the cake. Now here's some icing with the F step. So one of the things I spend a little time, especially in work with families, and we're just naturally good at this as therapists, is increasing emotional safety. And a lot of families, and that's part of the work, one of the things that drives anxiety is high expressed emotion and high criticality, learning to make it safe to more talk about emotions. And so part of that, I might teach them some tools of increasing emotional safety, how you can respond as a parent, that you can't judge, that you can't label, that all you can kind of say, if we're really working on it, I hear you telling me, and tell me more about that. So there's things we can do to help increase emotional safety. And it's not always important, but sometimes it's due. But this is one I go over with everyone. So this is really important, and I hear this so much that I dedicated a page in the workbook to it. But the third is it sets up for the A step. So I hear a lot from everyone. These skills don't work. I've been to so many therapists and none of this stuff works. It never helps. There's nothing to it. And so I share with kids, you're going to learn a lot. And here's why they might not work. So the first one, and the smallest fraction of it, is that you learn to do it wrong. So when I say, show me that breathing, they're like, and so they learned, and it makes it even worse. So that might be part of it. They learned it ineffectively, so it didn't work. A bigger part of why it didn't work is I go back to remember these are skills. And when we're in the championship game where we're under high stress, we don't want to do new things. We want to go back to our instinctual primal instincts. And so that's not the time to try a new calming skill when you're really upset. That's the time to use the calming skills you've been practicing over and over. So you haven't practiced it enough to be helpful. But the biggest thing I share, and the biggest reason that kids don't realize, or adults, that these skills don't work, is I do start to frame it. Remember, there's a battle a little bit going on in your head between different parts of your brain. Your worry brain that thinks the best way to protect you is to avoid, and your smart brain that knows that if you avoid, that's going to actually make your fear come true. And they're in battle. And so, literally, what happens when we start the battle is worry brain always starts the battle. Be afraid, avoid, panic. Smart brain starts to come in and say, calm down, chillax, breathe. We don't need to be on edge right now. And so we start, those calming skills just start to work. But does worry brain like that? Does worry brain want to calm down? No. Worry brain hates that. And so all of a sudden, when we introduce a calming skill into the battle, worry brain doesn't go down without a fight. Worry brain fights back. It says, no, you should be anxious. It sends a sudden, intense kind of adrenaline push to be more anxious. And so we take that moment as a kid, because linearly what happened? We were anxious, we did a calming skill, then we felt more anxious, because that's what happened. So they think, oh my God, ergo, the calming tool made it worse. I have to stop doing that. But what we want them to understand that no, anxiety was fighting, the calming tool started to work. So anxiety fought back. And if we keep using that calming tool, it does work over time. And that's why it fought back, because it was working. And if we stick with it. So it's that mislabeling of that moment as it doesn't work when really it was working so well, anxiety mounted a comeback. So I want to prepare kids for that. That's why that anticipation comes in. And that's why if you work with anyone with panic attacks, they'll tell you at some point, I finally started to feel like I was relaxing. And then it got a lot worse. Then it felt worse, where they have that kind of response burst. So that's how I kind of frame it. And I help let them anticipate it. And I even start using that language, which you'll see. How is your anxiety battling back? How is it trying to fight you right now? To get them to see the battle and work on it more. So that's something I do talk about as an X step, which again, you'll have in your notes. You can see how I talk about it. But again, it sets up this notion of what we're going to lead into, which is this battle for kind of what's going to control my actions, worry brain or smart brain. So again, folks, any questions about the F step? And I'm aware of the time. So just again, you've heard me say it now multiple times, but the key skills check from this module, or in other language from session two, would be kind of, again, checking in on homework, then kind of going over an introduction of the F step, going over how we know our feelings, being able to talk and practice scaling and introducing the notion of calming skills, and then maybe talking to them and practicing and letting them know why these skills don't work, and setting up homework around feeling practice, around practicing learning to do calming skills, around naming your feelings. Um, and I give points for teaching others about what you learned. So again, and then the extras, how to talk about emotional safety. So really fast to ponder. We won't break out into groups again. I was too slow. So I do want to give you a little break. We're going to convene at 11. So again, the next step is sort of just to think about this case. So Evan's a 9-year-old who's learned the rationale of the band in our heads and knows that he needs to face his fears to turn off the worries. He knows about face, but doesn't really know about any of the steps. It's time to teach Evan, who's a 9-year-old, remember, how are you going to teach a 9-year-old a little bit about the F step? And so just to think about it and to model, I would use a lot of that language. So Evan, the first step we have to know to help is when you're anxious. And I want you to realize why that's so important. Because what do you do when you're thirsty? Well, you drink. And then I would take him through that. And then I would share with him, well, now that we know that it's so important, how do you know when you're thirsty? And then we talk about that and I would say, well, let's figure that out with your worry brain. How do you know when it's your worry brain? And how do you know when it might be some other feeling tricking you to think it's your worry brain, but it might not be? So let's take a moment and really figure that out. And then we would do that kind of practice and talk about it. And then I would say, so Evan, now that we know when we're worried, there's a couple first things I want you to learn to do when you're worried. The first thing is to learn to put a number to how strong the worry is. Because the more we know about how strong it is, we might do some different things. So I want to teach you, we're going to use from 1 to 10, or we can use high, medium, and low because he's 10. And I might say, I want you to now tell me, I'm going to throw out things and tell me how worried would that make you if we were about to do that? So we would practice scaling, and then we would do that. And then I would say the next thing we want to do is you learn that we have to learn how to calm our worry brain. Because if it's too strong, we can't fight it. So we got to learn how to calm it. So I'm going to teach you some things that help calm your worry brain. And do you know anything already? I'm not going to go over all 5 things. That might be too much. I might say, do you already know anything that calms your body right now that helps you when you're really upset or worried? Tell me about them. And I'll listen to whether they pass the test. And then I'll say, I want to teach you some more. And the first one I want to teach you is breathing. And we'll practice that a little bit. And then I will again say no after we practice and then do some fun bonding. We might play after that. But then I'll say, so here's what I want you to do for homework. I want you to practice the stuff. And let's bring your mom or dad back and kind of talk about what you learned. And you can teach them. But we got to teach them that it's important to start talking about your feelings, how to put numbers to worries, and how to calm. And then we would do that. And then that would be session 2. So now think about how you might put your spin on it, what you might do, how you might change, but that kind of would be a good second session. So now, folks, I really was poor on my clock management because we started, but let's start at 11:05. And we're going to move into the A step. All right, take that break. Back in. So now I have to do what I forgot to do the last time. See, I can be wise and start to share my screen. And now let me pull up the chat. And again, folks, I would encourage or appreciate If you wouldn't mind, if you are kind of not able to, if you could turn your video on, it is nicer to stare at faces and kind of see what's going on rather than staring at just see a wall of black. But if you streams, but if you need to do what you're going to do, um, but I'm gonna dive in. So remember right now, what I would say we're in that skill acquisition phase and we're teaching the skiing skills. And remember, and this is something you might want to tell people too, anxiety really doesn't start to go away until we're in the skiing phase, till we're on the mountain. So there's a little bit of buildup to, people might hope like, hey, when am I going to start to feel better? And it might be a little bit of time in sharing that, but I want to give you the tools foundationally. So we're already kind of 2 weeks in, or you can adapt it. I run these things in different ways we can talk about. Um, but this will be session 3, and this is all kind of the precursor. We now have kind of feeling skills and kind of skills, but now we want to have some cognitive skills. And so in the language with kids, after we know it's our worry brain and we know it's going off and we've calmed and get our smart brain back, now we got to know what to do. And so the A and the C are what do we do and what skills do we need to do with our worries? And so the A step stands for learning to acknowledge and attack your worry or your anxiety. And so why these 2 steps are important. And this is where I start to share again, I remind them that this is a battle. I've given them examples of the battle, but I will encourage them even to personalize it and maybe name the battle for themselves between their worry brain and smart brain. Or sometimes if I know a kid likes chess, I might talk about it a game of chess and worry brains trying to win. Or if they're Harry Potter heads, there's that great part in Harry Potter where there's a big game of chess where their life is on the line. But I'll have them kind of think about, and some kids have a lot of fun naming their worry brain and naming their smart brain in a personal way that makes a difference. So it might be, I'll give you examples. I've heard kids, Voldemort versus Harry, the Force versus the dark side, sports analogies, the Broncos versus the Patriots, political analogies depending on your point of view, superheroes and villains, TV shows, whatever it might be. Foods, one kid named their worry brain broccoli because they hated broccoli and they never wanted to eat broccoli. And the irony was, then we had to eat some broccoli. But then they named their smart brain, I think it was pizza, because they love pizza. So whatever it would be that kind of help put a personal lens on why we got a battle and why we have to kind of win the battle. And because there's some personal stakes, we never want Voldemort to win. We don't want the dark side to win. And some kids, it doesn't speak to them and they just want to call it worry brain and smart brain, and I don't push it. And so I might even take times with kids where we talk about it. They might draw it in session. They might take it home so they can put up on the wall. And then we'll say, here are the skills. Once we know and have the players in the battle, there are 2 skills that really become important. And this is really important with anxiety, is the first thing we need to do is learn to listen and name and tell what our anxiety is trying to say. And this is a fault where we make a lot of errors. We tell people to block out their anxiety, to pretend it's not there, to act as if. And I want to help you understand why that's such a bad idea. So to understand, and I even tell kids this is why it's a bad idea. But this is the analogy I go back to. Imagine I threw a cobra into your office right now. So we're going to play a little game. I'm throwing a cobra in your office, and then I share with you. Now your job is to not pay attention to the cobra and just listen to my talk. How good of a job do you think you could do? Horrible, because there's a cobra in the room. So if we pretend a cobra isn't there, our anxiety doesn't calm down. Our anxiety worries even more. It's going to ramp it up. Don't you realize there's a cobra in the room? Pay attention. Forget Scott. That cobra can kill you. It locks into the threat. So rather than pretending the threat's not there or trying to avoid it, the first step we want to do is acknowledge it. And we want to learn to make it okay. Back to as I started way back ago with Voldemort, we want to learn to talk about our worry thoughts and to really remind kids because of their brain that talking about worries, and this is a big fear, especially with OCD, if I talk about my worries or I talk about my OCD thoughts, I'm going to make it come true. So there can be a lot of fear about talking about them because of developmental magical thinking and things like that. So you have to really help them understand that talking about worry thoughts does not make them come true. And that we need to learn to be able to talk about what our worry brain is telling us. And then, so because it's so important, then we spend energy playing games around talking. I throw out scenarios and we talk about what their worry brain would tell them. So back to, we started with numbers, but let's go back to the national anthem one. So you're singing the national anthem tonight, folks, at the Rockies game. Not what number is on your worry meter, but what is anxiety telling you about that right now? How is it trying to get you to avoid? What is it saying? Those are worry thoughts. So for a lot of people, and please type them in, let's make it a little more engaging. And at this point, if we were in person, I'll just talk to you about the alternate reality. I would be throwing out candy and we'd be having a little more fun with it. Yeah. But what's your worry brain telling you? Throw out some worry thoughts. And my voice is going to crack. I'm going to forget the words. I can't sing. No. Just a flat out no. That's your worry brain. And so we want to be able to. Thank you, folks. Thank you all for doing that. Then we'll skip to one more. Again, you're going to have to eat cow tongue right now. What is worry brain telling you about that? No. It might be saying, no, it's going to be gross. You're going to throw up. No way. It's against your moral code. Whatever it is. Those are worry thoughts. Awesome. I'm going to gag. That's your worry brain. And so we want to get really comfortable. People are going to watch me throw up. That's going to be super embarrassing. So we want to get really comfortable and make it really safe to talk about worry thoughts. And I'll talk about my own. This is what my worry brain tells me. And to really help them see, just because worry brain says it doesn't mean it's going to come true. And so we want to help make it really comfortable to acknowledge worry brain. So we spend a lot of energy practicing acknowledging worry thoughts. But then the next step we have to do is after we acknowledge what worry brain is telling us, then we need to learn to fight back. We need to learn to talk back to worry brain. We need to learn, I can say, to poke holes in its arguments. So again, there's all these different ways to challenge worry brain. I looked at them, I've learned, I've developed some of my own, and I realized again, just kind of like calming skills can fall into categories, kind of different arguments that are really successful to fight anxiety fall into different categories. And they're not exhaustive, but here are the 4 categories. So one of the ways, and I'll talk about each of these really fast, but one of the ways to challenge anxiety is by giving it perspective. Anxiety loses perspective. Another bucket is you can challenge anxiety based on evidence. Anxiety makes a lot of claims without any proof. without any evidence. It makes shit up all the time. Sorry for using a cuss word, but it does. It just pulls stuff out of thin air and says, if you go on that airplane, you're going to blow up. Or if you go to school, this might happen, or whatever it might be. Because remember, it doesn't care about the fact of the argument. It cares about if it gets you to avoid. And that's part of this that I share with parents then too. If you don't want to see something be effective, it can't work to help your kid avoid because anxiety learns. The third is another way to challenge anxiety is our values. We know that we can use values to fight anxiety and what we care about. And then the last one we can use is learn to call out its tricks, to know what it does to win the arguments. And by calling it out, it takes away some of its power. So again, depending on the age I'm working with high school and above, I'm talking about these different buckets. I'm teaching them about all of it. It might feel like a little more of a boring session, but then we practice and we're going over it. Middle schoolers, because abstract thinking can be harder, I'm moving away and again, teaching them a little more about evidence, values, and tricks. I'm moving away from perspective. In elementary school, I'm not teaching them about buckets at all. I'm saying, here are statements that you can say back to your worry. Here are things that we know we can say back to our worry brain. Which ones? Let's try it. And I'll show you that. So really fast, here are the statements. Okay. Worry brain, you only see the bad that can happen. Here's something good. Worry brain, where's your proof? Worry brain, you're not going to bully me around. Worry brain, I see your trick. You're repeating, we'll go over what worry brain does. It repeats itself. It says deep down, you know the truth. I call it the deep down trick. It has lots of different tricks. It likes to compare you to also get you to avoid. Look at how good they are. So you can't ever be that good. So you should avoid. It loves to, again, jump to conclusions and make it all about you. These are just some of its tricks. And so there's a whole sheet in your workbook of all the different tricks and all the kind of arguments or logical arguments it tries to make. So other people teach it as learning to see the false arguments, kind of learning to call out sort of the arguments. This is how I teach that. But worry brain, I see your tricks. So these are what I would teach kids, more of these 4 statements. And then we would practice me being worry brain and them talking back using these statements. But again, I haven't figured out a better way to teach it. So let me just go through these a little bit quickly. And you can see in the book, there's more of an explanation of each. But the first way we can challenge anxiety by giving it perspective, I call it the number 10. And I also use similar rules that we don't need to learn all of these, that we need to find 1 or 2 that really help us talk back to worry, that are effective, that we can use in the argument against our worry brain, and we can know there's some others out there. But we don't have to know them all or use them all. But the key that we have to know is that worry is going to make arguments, and we have to talk back to the arguments. That is at the nutshell we have to do. And even before I might teach them some of these, I might see that they can practice it without even knowing these arguments. But the first one is 10, which is a perspective argument. So I share with them, this is, remember, more adults, not kids. We're not doing perspective. But I say with adults, remember, the first time I ask you to rate your anxiety, it's a subjective appraisal for how it would feel if you had to do it. And so that's that first number. But what we can do with anxiety is using objective appraisal. And a 10 is a real life or death endeavor. So a cobra at your feet is a 10, and that's a 10 about to strike. So now I want you to think about the scenario that I just asked you about. So let's practice this really fast, folks. Imagine I told you the next time you go to Starbucks, I don't care if you're married, whatever your sexual identity is, but I said you had to ask the barista out. What number would that be on your worry meter? You have to ask the barista out at Starbucks. Type that in on a subjective measure. You have to go up to this person at Starbucks. I think you're cute. Can I get your number? And you can see a lot of variation on this one. But now let's apply some perspective. What is this really on a life or death scale, with 10 being life or death? What number is this asking the barista out on a life or death scale? And quickly people see it's a 1, a 2, a 0. And so you can say, hey, worry brain, you're turning this into a 10. It's a 1 or 2. You need to chill out. You need to calm down. You are making this too big a deal. So it becomes a way to challenge. And again, those that are more cognitively inclined really like this tool. Number 2 is I call it balancing the equation. Remember, with little kids, it's worry brain. You only say what could go wrong. Let me tell you what could go right. This is balancing the equation. That basically anxiety sort of, if you think about it like an argument, a Shakespeare play, to do or not to do, that is the question. Anxiety is always going to tell you not to do. And the way it's going to do that, it's going to present all the arguments about all the bad things that can happen if you do it. So take my airplane flying phobia. That if I get on that plane, I'm going to blow up. And it can also make arguments of all the reasons I shouldn't fly. You know, there's so much to do in Colorado. What if I haven't, there's so much to see. There's so much good to do with your kids. Why would you ever leave? Those are anxious arguments. So if I ever want to challenge anxiety and balance the equation, I'm pointing out all the good that could happen, or I'm talking about all the bad that happens when I listen to my anxiety. So for example, if I don't ask this person out at Starbucks now, I'm going to make it harder to ask people out in the future. When I really do like someone, I'm making it harder to ask out if I don't do it. That's all the bad that happens when I listen to my anxiety. Or the good that could happen. Maybe they'd say yes. Maybe the love of my life was a Starbucks barista, and all I had to do was say hi. So anytime you're presenting those arguments, you're balancing the equation. So this is one when I do with kids, and I call it the tissue example, because every therapist office, there's always a tissue. So I share with them another way to give perspective, and we can play this game if you're in your office. But I say, we're going to play a quick game. And here's the game, the way the game works. I'm going to be your worry brain and try to convince you to not pick up the tissue. If I do, I win. You have to be smart brain, and you have to pick up the tissue. So I'm going to give you 3 worry thoughts. And if I convince you after you listen to them to not pick up the tissue, I win. If you pick up the tissue after hearing my worry thoughts, you win. Let's play the game. So then I would say, my first one that I typically throw out is I would say, hey, by the way, the person who was in here right before was really sick and they coughed all over the tissues. So if you pick up the tissues, you're definitely going to get sick. So that's my first worry argument. Worry argument number 2. The person, remember, working with anxiety means you have to do what's really hard. And one of the last persons I worked with really hated how hard it was, and they cursed me. And they cursed everything I touched. So I'm going to now touch it. So if you touch the tissue, not only are you going to get sick, but you're going to have 10 years of bad luck and be cursed. So you definitely don't want to pick up the tissue. And then the third one is actually, I say the Depression Center where I work, even though it's beautiful, I say we put all our money into how beautiful the office is, but we saved a little bit on our tissues. And they're all secondhand from a poo supply store. They're recycled poo napkins. So not only are you going to get sick, you're going to get poo on you and cursed. So those are my worry thoughts. Can you still pick up the tissue? And many of them can, or we do it with goldfish or something. And then they do, and they realize it's silly. And then I say, it will always feel more real, but you can always say back to your worry brain, it's just a tissue. And as soon as I pick you up, you stop. And I can do this. So that's kind of a game that gives some perspective. My favorite one I heard from a parent I was working with, and I incorporated it. But a lot of times I talk about, for perspective, thinking about future me and realizing that when I challenge anxiety now, it's hard for current me, but future me is going to benefit. And the client I worked with, or the parent I worked with, said, I am always trying to live life, trying to make life better for future me. So when I come home and there's dishes in the sink, current me would love to just watch TV. But that means future me is doing the dishes. But if I do the dishes now, future me gets to relax. So a lot of times especially with some of the high schoolers or college students I'm working with shop phobia, they really liked future me. And they talk about current me is hating all the work we're doing around shops, but future me is going to be able to love to go to the party and not have to worry so much about COVID. Future me is going to love when I've kicked the SAT's butt. Current me hates it and hates all the work I'm doing. But future me is giving me a hug right now because I am going to kick butt on the SAT for all this work. So that's another way to kind of help challenge worry, is thinking about, or perspective is future me. So again, back to kind of the buckets. We just went over those around perspective. Any questions about that? Okay. Number 2 bucket, it's easier. The perspective is the hard one. But with anxiety, you can always look at where's the proof. As I said, anxiety makes up a ton of stuff without proof or evidence. So you can challenge anxiety by looking at the real probabilities of something happening. So for example, a plane crash, which is something my worry brain really does worry about, specifically blowing up on an airplane. What are the actual odds? Do people actually know the odds of blowing up on an airplane? 1 in a billion. So I say, am I going to let a less than 1 in a billion chance change the way I live my life? So we can look at the evidence, but what's more fun and to do with kids is I call it personal probability. And anxiety is going to, again, make us believe that the least probable outcome is the most likely to happen. So what I mean by that I'm going to blow up on that airplane, even though there's a 1 in a billion chance. So when we make it personal, so let's say I'm going to fail a test. So I say to a kid, how many tests have you taken in your life? And I say, I'm bad at math, let's use round numbers. So let's say they say, well, let's think about it. All the tests you've taken. If you're in high school by now, what do you think the average high schooler by the time they get to 9th grade How many tests do you think they've taken in their life? Maybe 200? And I'll say to them, okay, how many tests have you actually failed? Have you bombed like your anxiety is predicting? And most of them who have a lot of test anxiety, do you know their typical answer? 0. So I'll say, what's the actual probability then of you getting a 0 on this test or failing the test as miserably as your anxiety predicts? 0. So am I going to let a 0% probability keep me from doing it? And we can do the same thing with dating, asking people out. Personal probabilities can be really helpful. So the next one is values. And this is my favorite in building in some act-based work, which is values. But we can say to our anxiety system that there are some things more important in life than not feeling anxious. And I call that mission in life. That because this is my mission in life and what I value, I'm going to do it even though it's going to make me anxious. That's actually what I use with flying a lot. Hey, anxiety, my mission in life is to see family, to experience other cultures. I've dedicated my life to not let you win. So I know I'm getting on that airplane. You might kick my butt while I'm on it. I know you are, but you're not stopping me from flying. That mission is more important than avoiding it. And this is a lot for social anxiety folk. My mission in life is to be in a relationship. So I know dating is really hard. I know going online and doing all this sucks. But if that's my mission, that's more important overall than avoiding it. So we can use values. And then the last one that I love is sort of, I call it tricks are for kids for adults, because I don't know any adult who doesn't know the Tricks Bunny Rabbit commercial. Any of you all know the Bunny Rabbit commercial? So if I said silly rabbit, how would you respond? Tricks are for kids. There we go. Great marketing. And for those that don't know, who are a little younger, the commercial went a little bit like this. The commercial was this group of kids who were trying to, or there's a rabbit who was always trying to steal the kids' tricks, cereal that looked super yummy, even though it wasn't. And the rabbit would try all these disguises to try to steal the kids' tricks, but it never worked. And the reason why, because the kids knew the rabbit was coming. They didn't know how the rabbit was going to show up that day, but they knew the rabbit was coming. And as soon as they called it out, they said, there you are, rabbit. The game was over. And I say the same thing with adults that we can do with our anxiety. That when we learn to call out its tricks, it takes away its argument. And the game is over. And with littler kids, or again, is the version of Swiper. Any of you Dora fans out there? My wife was not. She hated Dora and her voice. But I tolerated it. I like Dora. But in Dora, the same example can exist with Swiper. And Swiper was always trying to steal Dora's backpacks. So how Dora kind of stopped Swiper, she was on the lookout, and whenever she did, she had to be really strong and say, Swiper, no swiping, 3 times. And the same is true with Worry Brain. We can learn to talk back and say, no, I see you. You're not going to control me. So I talk to kids about the big ones, but it loves to repeat itself. It loves to use deep down arguments. It loves to use your body against you, meaning giving you, making your heart race, making you feel like you can't breathe and things to control what you do. It loves to use but arguments. Anytime you hear but in your head, it's probably your anxiety. It tries to use logic against you, and it tries to get you to distract it, or kind of, I call it, kick the can down the road. So with adults, I go over these in the workbook, we talk about them, and we try to catch them in the argument. So then I say, we want to practice. And I teach them to say, hey, anxiety, I see you repeating yourself. That trick is not going to work. And so that's what we might do. And I say that whenever you hear it deep down, that's what I want you to say. So then we've gone over these, we've gone over with kids, and it can take some time. It took us about 20 minutes, and it can take a lot of the session where we start to go over them, we ask questions, but that sets the stage for the fun. And so the fun, folks, is now called the hot seat. So the hot seat is the activity after you teach it where you learn to be your client's worry brain. And their job is to be smart brain and have the last word. So instead of it being an internal dialogue or debate, you turn it into a real debate. So that's where, again, it differs a little bit. My version, a lot of the anxiety work is just learning to understand the underlying arguments, to dismantle them. But I think with kids, it works better to lean into more of a debate style way of doing it. And it sets it up better to see it that. But then we practice the debate. So the hot seat is where you are their worry brain and they need to talk back to your worry thoughts. So this is a post-test question that will show up. What's the hot seat? And the hot seat is a step that helps practice challenging worry thoughts. And again, you can also do it where they learn to write down their worries and talk back if they don't want to do it with people. But now let's practice this really fast. So I would have them have the sheet up of challenge skills. Oh, I went too far. Which way did I go? Oh, okay. Okay. So I would have the sheet up. So now, folks, I'm going to collectively be your worry brain. And I want you to practice talking back to me. Okay? So your job is to type in the chat what you would say back to your worry brain if this was the worry thought. Okay? You're going to get fired later. You know it in your heart. You're not good at your job and you're going to get fired. Good. Number two, no, deep down, you just know it in your gut this time. This is going to be the job you're fired for. What could you say? And that's one of those I might even encourage. Deep down, you got the trick. That's a trick. I see your trick, worry brain. It's not going to work. No, really, you're really bad at your job. You're going to be fired. Again, another trick. I just kept repeating myself. So that's, again, we would do, and I do about 3 rounds. And to know you're all therapists, you did great, you learned it. Usually with kids, and especially really anxious kids, just to be prepared, they get really stuck on about kind of round 2. And they will be like, oh, that deep down trick usually gets an anxious person. Watch. If you're ever with a really anxious person, just say, deep down, you don't believe what you're saying. You know the truth. And so when they get stuck, just say, time out. I see that worry brain won. What was so great? What worked about that trick? What was so effective? And let's talk about, now that you know, what could we have said? Let's think about it, and we might go through the different things. Which ones do you like? and then you redo it again. So you keep practicing, and if they're really stuck, then I would say in the beginning to switch it. And sometimes I allow them just to be their worry brain. And I say, all right, you're really struggling. All right, you just be worry brain and bring it. Bring me your best worry brain and watch how I kind of do it. So I might model it for them before we switch. So then we practice and we do a lot of rounds with them. And then I also, and I do this in my groups too, it's a really powerful exercise because then when we process or debrief, we talk about how hard it was to be someone else's worry brain. And we talk about how mean and cruel anxiety is, that we would never say these things to others, but yet we're so comfortable saying them to ourselves. And so that's part of what we do is sort of recognize just how dastardly anxiety can be. And I would say where it's most dastardly is OCD. The OCD, and they'll talk about it more tomorrow, it preys off your vulnerabilities. It knows exactly where you're weakest. Are you doubting your sexuality? Are you wondering about that? Are you wondering about, your faith? Are you worrying about germs? And it just goes after it. And it gets you to focus on that. So those are the things that you want to practice. But the hot seat then becomes a very powerful tool. And the other part of the hot seat that I just want to really recommend is after you practice, and then you might bring parents in and get them to practice. The other thing I would encourage, and when you're working with families or teachers or anyone, you really want to share with the parents that you want your kids to be the smart brain. Because if you're your kid's smart brain, then your kids are always going to need you for that role. If you're coming up with the smart brain thought, if you're, I'll get back to the questions in a minute. I moved off, but I'll come back to them in a minute. But again, if you are, I teach them that you want to help kids to develop their own smart brain. So you don't want to be the role of being their smart brain. You want to help ask them questions. Well, what can your smart brain say? What can you say back to your worries, as opposed to being their smart brain for them? Because you want them to develop that muscle and not be that muscle for them. And if they're really stuck as a parent, you can say, here's what I might say back to my worry brain, just like a therapist. Do you think that could work? Do you want to try that one? But you really want this skill, and it can become a really powerful skill to kind of see that they can challenge their anxiety. So the last thing, then I'll get to questions. Then the last thing, after we do this and we've kind of developed, the last thing I'll say in this session is part of what we want to do is we are developing these parts of our brain. And we want our smart brain to be strongest. And we want to think about our smart brain's tone of voice in our head. And I say to kids or adults, I want you to use your smart brain voice. And I ask them if they had a pet. And I say, what if your pet was about to run out the door? How would your tone of voice need to be to get your pet to really pay attention to you? So look at this cute dog. Imagine it was about to sprint out the door towards traffic. If you said, please stop, stop, please, pretty please. Is that dog stopping? No. And I say that if your smart brain sounds like that to your worry brain already knows it has you. And so your job is to be strong and assertive with your worry brain. No, sit. I got this. You're not stopping me. You only focus on the bad. Here's the good. You have no proof. So then we'll practice a little bit too of not only just the hot seat, but developing that tone of voice. And then back with littler kids too, what we might do in the session after we talk about it. And they might draw pictures of this. We might draw what worry brain is saying, and then we might draw what smart brain is saying back that they can also take home. So now let me jump to the questions. Okay. What if the worry thoughts are based on past experience? Great question. So I think I teach kids, and I say that, some tools to talk back to worry are better at different moments. So for that one, instead of maybe using a probability argument, if every time you ask someone out, you got rejected, maybe a probability argument isn't a great one. But that's where a values argument might come in handy. That, I know this could lead to rejection, but my mission in life is to have a relationship. And so, or perspective. Worry brain, you're only telling me what could go wrong. What's something that could go right? Or again, worry brain, you're turning this into a 10. Asking someone out might feel like life or death, but it's really not on a life or death scale. It's a 2. I can handle this. So you might point out that some arguments are better than others. So the next question, I think with OCD, it's sometimes about control when your life feels so out of control. That is one aspect of your life you can control. A lot of OCD, and they'll talk about tomorrow, there's an aspect of it that is about control. It's one of the fears and stuff like that, and being out of control. So I find that these skills still do work to help people with OCD approach, and especially calling out the OCD tricks can be helpful too. So great questions. So folks, to put it in context, so remember before we head to lunch, can I introduce the rationale for the A step? Can I introduce why we want to listen to our worries and not just block them out, and how it's really helpful when we take a moment and acknowledge, and I should have said it better, when we acknowledge to our worry brain, yes, there's a cobra in the room. I see it. And that moment of acknowledging calms us down, calms our worry down, that you get it's a big deal. And then to help point it out why it doesn't need to worry. Well, because it's a stuffed animal. It's fake. It can't bite me. So first we want to acknowledge it, then we want to challenge it. Can we help people set up that battle in their head? And can we teach them some skills that help them win the battle? And then can we help them practice the battle? So again, that last thing, the vignette, which we don't have time because I want to honor you all getting a good lunch, taking a break and doing. I want to kind of present a case to you. So now Campbell, who's Lila's best friend, my daughter, has social anxiety. She's about to start high school and is extra worried as the last year she's had to be online due to COVID. She's agreed to work with you and you've taught her the key elements of the A step, including how to identify and talk back to worries. She's named her worry brain Voldemort and her smart brain Hermione. It's time to practice the hot seat. Review or think about what in your groups are the essential elements to hit with Campbell, and then to role play it. So we won't do it, but I would encourage, what I would do is sort of, again, if I were with Campbell, she already knows about it, we've talked, I would say, well, when you think about meeting new people, what's worry brain telling you right now? Imagine it's the first day of school. What's worry brain saying in your head? So I'm really trying to get a picture of what her worry brain tells her. And she says, no one's going to like me. I don't know how to make small talk. It's going to be awkward. I have no friends. And I would say, thank you for letting me know. Those are really good worry thoughts. Your worry brain is really good at this. So now remember what we're going to do. I'm going to be worry brain, and you got to talk back to me. Do you remember some of the things you could say back to worry brain? Well, okay, you might not, but let me put them on the board or take out the sheet so you have them in front of you. But remember, you can say anything you want. The key is that you have the last word. And then I would do 3 or 4 rounds of where I share one of her worries and maybe amp it up even more because worry brain is not nice. And then she would have to talk back to each of those worries. And then I would say, awesome job, be really proud and supportive. And then I would say, let's just slow down too. Did you notice which arguments did I make were more effective than others? Which one did worry brain use that almost won? Or if it did win, that might be something we point out. And then we practice and we talk about it. And then I say, what could we also do better in the future around that? And we practice. And that's the A step. So that's what it might be to look at. And then I might talk to Campbell, like, Campbell, just remember too, we are really trying to help develop that smart brain of yours. So not only do we want to know what to say, we want to think about how we say it. So Campbell, do you have a dog? Yeah. So imagine your dog was going out into the street. What kind of voice would you want to use with your dog if it was running out into the street? And then I do that same thing. We talk about it. And then I say, now let's practice it 1 more or 2 more times. And this time around, I want you to use your dog voice and be really strong with me and just see if you notice a difference. And then we'll practice that. Then we'll set homework. We'll bring family in or set homework around practicing, identifying worry thoughts and challenging them. And we'll build in some of that old work of calming and keeping some of those on the radar as well. So folks, that's session 3 or group 3. You all have been awesome. We're going to take a break, but any last questions before we take a break? So great, but before you do, I have one thing to be aware of. So the morning is a little more about teaching the skills. The afternoon is more about experiencing and using the skills to fight. So one of the things I'd like you to do over the lunch break is we are all going to do a group exposure. And so I usually start with a food exposure, because and we'll talk about the method to the madness. But what I want you to do is over lunch and come back after lunch, I want you either to come with a food or be prepared to grab a food. I found during COVID, I live in a house. So for example, I hate olives, but my wife loves olives. So olives are in my house and easily accessible due to the differences in the household. So I want you to find a food that you typically would avoid and not eat because it's gross. And I want you to have it on hand or easily accessible, because we're going to start doing challenges together and seeing how some of this comes alive. If you have no gross food in your environment, my supervisee gave me another good food challenge. Find 2 foods that you love that you would never pair together. like ketchup and marshmallows, like peanut butter and hot sauce. Find two things that don't go well together, but you're going to need it. And we're going to use the tools you're learning to walk the walk, because in anxiety work, you don't just talk the talk. Anything I ask my clients to do, I'm willing to do too. Because remember, we got to walk the walk. It's really important. So, on that note, have a fun way, enjoy your lunch. Think about all the foods you don't want to eat that you'll eat later today. And we're going to reconvene at 1 o'clock on the dot. And again, take a break, let it all sink in. I would encourage you to take a moment of reflection, a moment to kind of slow down and think about what you liked, what you're taking out of it. And then we're going to jump back after lunch. All right. See you all in an hour. So, folks, how long have I been talking to myself for? Um, well, again, as I was saying to myself, but now I'm saying publicly, so glad you're here. And what I'll start with, nothing gets the anxiety blood flowing like a pop quiz. So glad you're all back. And just to kind of review some of the learning from this morning, put yourselves on that proverbial hot seat, but let me ask you some questions. So question one, what what is the job of anxiety? Question one, what's the job of anxiety? Yeah. Question two, what is the job of our emotion brain? Yeah, needs and feelings. And also, too, perfect. How many common skills do we want every person to have that we work with? You got it. Dose. And then, what is the name of the method overall that you're learning right now to kind of challenge and the skills related to challenging anxiety? Woo, I love it. Learning is occurring, people. Face your fears. And then the last one, name two ways to challenge your anxiety. I'm sorry, two cognitive ways to challenge your smart brain or your worry brain. Two ways to talk back to worry. Woohoo! Awesome. Very cool. And so, folks, we're not quite at the doing yet. We're getting there. I wanted to put in your brain already this idea, and we're going to get to the fun soon and do some practicing. But again, the last set of skills, per se, that I want people to have when skiing are these doing skills. So, what helps people do what's hard? That's kind of, and again, that's what anxiety is. There are these hard things that our brain wants to avoid. So, what are the skills that we know that help people do what's hard? And again, we're going to go over these a little more quickly given the level of the audience and how aware you are. But when I kind of combed the literature and thought about it, there are sort of four essential pieces to helping us do. And remember the rationale, I might say, remember the only way to really turn off anxiety is by doing. So all these skills kind of help you get to that point, but you still got to do it. So here are some additional skills that can kind of help us do. So the first one, and why kind of the doing falls after the worry thoughts. And this is where a lot of parents and clinicians kind of jump the gun. We quickly want to jump to problem solving. So problem solving is a tool that can help. And especially the key with anxiety work is problem solving in a way that doesn't lead to avoidance. So remember, you have to have an acronym for everything when you're building something. So this was my acronym for problem solving, called using your wits. So the W is back to, what are my worry thoughts focused on? What's my worry brain telling me? And that's why problem solving comes after the A step, because we have to know what we're worried about to come up with solutions. But the key to any solution is the solution cannot involve avoidance. So we want to brainstorm any solutions, but the solutions just can't involve avoidance. And then we can decide amongst all the solutions we come up, which ones we want to test out and try. So again, the worksheets kind of have some examples that we can practice and think through. We can talk about scenarios, but I'll give you some very common ones because I work a lot with students. So I want you to think about solutions to these issues that don't involve avoidance. I don't want to talk to my teacher because they're so busy and I'm going to be bothering them. I don't want to, they're too busy and I'm going to be bothering them. So I don't want to talk to the teacher. That's the worry thought. How do you come up with some solutions and help brainstorm? What are some solutions to that that don't involve avoiding them? If you want to type it in, that would be awesome. Yeah. Emailing them, asking if they have time to talk, office hours. You could think about, yeah, so this is the difference. This is a great thing. You could think about this in terms of challenging worry thoughts, like thoughts you want to talk back to. But then you can think about the next step are the practical things that can help me do. Asking a friend to go with you, role playing. These are all great ideas that, again, are part of problem solving. What if, again, I'll give you another one. Um, we're in Starbucks, back to asking the barista out. And the worry thought or the worry that they're worrying about is they're too busy and they don't have time. They're too busy to talk with me. They're not going to have time. Come up with some solutions. And a lot of these might apply. The one I encourage or that I teach people about too, sometimes the best solution is just to incorporate the worry thought into your approach. So just to be aware as a clinician, you can always think about that too. So I know you're really busy, but if I don't ask you out, I know I'm never going to get the opportunity again. So, or whatever that might be, you could either look for solutions that kind of don't let anxiety get you to avoid, or you can incorporate what you're worried about. I'm afraid if I tell my partner the truth, they're going to break up with me. So talking to them and kind of incorporating that. I'm really worried about talking to you because I'm worried that if I do, you're never going to want to talk to me again. And so learning that's another way to problem solve is whatever we're worried about. Sometimes part of my work is helping, a lot of people write text, write emails, draft letters to professors and do these kinds of things. Whatever they're worried about might be part of what we can incorporate into the email. I'm worrying about that you already shared it, that you think I'm dumb, that there's ways to kind of incorporate some of those worries that help people approach. But all your other solutions are awesome. And there's no right solution. It's what they want to try. But remember the key, the solution when you're working with anxiety is that you cannot avoid. The solution is, well, then don't do it, or don't go to school today, or you don't have to talk to your boss, or whatever it might be. So that's one tool that helps us approach. The other thing that really helps us approach with anxiety, to know that when anything feels big or large, so especially when it's a novel new thing, my biggest anxiety kind of where it flared up in fourth grade was I had to create a mission from California, the Santa Barbara mission. I literally had to create a life-size structure of it. And that just seems so overwhelming. And my perfectionist, I'm not good at art, was wanting me to avoid it like heck. So one of the things you can do is, again, break it down to small, manageable parts. Anytime you're teaching kids or adults or whatever, to break it into meaningful chunks, and I call that stair steps, helping them see the steps, helping them outline, helping them break it down to smaller, more manageable steps, you're helping them move forward. So I talk to them about whatever it is that's making them overwhelmed and want to avoid. One of the tools we might do is break it down. So another classic example from this, from my growing up, did any of you see the movie What About Bob? So What About Bob? He actually, the psychiatrist in What About Bob, wrote an anxiety book to try to help people. Anyone remember the name of the book in What About Bob?
Baby
There's a
steps.
Baby Steps. Yep. And he called it baby steps, but breaking it down to really small baby steps. And there's this great scene where Bill Murray is using it to get in the elevator and was all proud and kind of seeing just each small step. So that's another tool that you can teach people about and help them to kind of slow down their anxiety. And I just call it stair steps. To set the goal, and you can see on the sheet, you have the goal you want to get to, and really break down the steps. And if you get stuck on a step, that means we just have to break it down even more when we start to find ourselves stuck, that maybe it was too big a step. So another one, again, skill that helps us do, you already named, but one of the most powerful things you can do is help people rehearse. So rehearsing things that make us anxious, rehearsing situations, rehearsing, even what I call leaving the car. I'll give you an example. A kid who has trouble separating at school, you can practice that. You can rehearse what that looks like over and over. That's a great tool to diminish anxiety. The other tool that helps diminish anxiety, remember too, that everything is a skill. And this is my favorite part of doing anxiety work, is understanding that we really do expect people to learn some things through osmosis without really teaching people, such as how to date, how to make small talk, how to carry on a conversation, how to make friendships, how to, manage uncomfortable feelings in a situation, how to give presentations. And so a lot of anxiety is because these are, and again, when we're avoiding, bless you, we haven't developed, no problem, we haven't developed these skills. So one of the most fun parts of my work is developing language and teaching people how to do some of the things that they want to learn to do when they're anxious. And there's a great commercial that I might share, and it doesn't work well in this forum, I know, so I'm not even going to try. But there's a great Google ad where there is a kid who needed to do a presentation. And you see him in the presentation or doing that, starting to go to Google and read about how to give good presentations, how to give good talks. And you see him learning and practicing. And then the commercial flips to him giving the talk in class. I don't know if you've seen it. It's pretty classic. And then after he gives the talk, a girl winks at him. And then the commercial ends with him typing into Google, how do you ask a girl out? And the idea is this understanding that everything is a skill. And nowadays, it's actually easier with the advent of Google and the internet to look up and learn about skills. So remember, I was a socially anxious, awkward kid. So if I wanted to learn about flirting, here are all the steps I had to do growing up to learn about this skill. I had to go to the library. I had to look it up and then look in the card catalog and check out a book on flirting. Then I had to go to the librarian and check it out. How many embarrassing moments. And now there's the Google, and it's great. So one of the things I always kind of help people think about is what is it that I need to learn? And I send them sometimes on Google missions or YouTube missions. And then the following week to come back and share what they learned. And then we'll incorporate it, we'll talk about it. But learning to turn things into skills and thinking about how do I teach them is a big part of anxiety work. And it's a really fun part. So I have like metaphors and tips and tricks for dating, for relationship building, and all these things that if we had more time, I can share, but we don't have the time. But you can again learn, you can send people the books, but I call those micro skills. And so one body of research I do want to do, and the last thing I'll share in this category, have any of you heard of Carol Dweck's work on mindsets? So this work on mindsets, it's really great work. And she kind of talks about a mindset is a fundamental approach to the world. And that approach to the world or worldview, you might call it, she says falls into these two categories. There's the growth mindset and the fixed mindset. The fixed mindset is the belief that we're born a certain way. We're born smart. We're born good at math. We're born social. We're born with the ability to draw. We're born athletic. And so the fixed mindset then believes there's nothing I can do to get that skill. I either got it or I don't. So I'm stuck. The growth mindset is what I'm trying to inculcate or talk to you about, that everything is a skill. And you can be great in anything if you're willing to put in the work. And the work is 10,000 hours. We literally know it. If you want to be an expert in anything, do it for 10,000 hours and you're going to be an expert. And so that's what we're trying to. And I really believe fundamentally at the core, there is a relationship between mindset and anxiety. And that anxious people tend to have more of a growth mindset. And so what we're trying to do is help them develop this idea that it's the skill that we can learn and there's a growth mindset involved. So that's a whole separate side kind of research I want to do and confirm, but I really believe it's there. So the last thing we want to do, or kind of with kids, is sort of, I talk about it, sometimes it's sort of anxiety really starts to kick our butt. The tiger's huge. And sometimes we need that extra little push. I call it that courage boost to kind of help us overcome at the end. Maybe that Hail Mary. And so I talk about the last thing kind of in the doing phase is talk to kids what helps them have courage. What could be that extra little reminder that can get you to do what's brave? Maybe it's a role model, someone you look up to. Maybe it's a quote. Maybe it's a song. Maybe it's, you know, I can't even think of the ones on the sheet right now. But there's a lot of them. And let's find what works for you. And sometimes when kids are really anxious, it can be just that gentle reminder of helping them have courage. And so that's the thing, kind of the last piece, and that's the worksheet. It kind of dovetails with the common skills. is finding what helps them have courage to be able to use against anxiety. So, what I want to remind you in your role, kind of as therapist, you can teach all these skills, but the key, kind of when you're starting to do exposure work and helping people do, is to think about and help kids kind of develop which ones they should pull out for which. But I'll give you kind of a cheat sheet that I kind of do. Anytime it's more of a social challenge, talking to a teacher, making new friends, I really lean on kind of talking about rehearsing and teaching skills and practicing skills. Anytime it's a big performance or a novel thing, I want to kind of bring out and break it down and help them learn to break it down. The courage is a little more variable, and problem solving can always be helpful. I love that. My friend wears a Superman shirt under his top shirt. I kind of tell kids sometimes about the Incredibles and to put on their Incredible suit where nothing sticks. And when it comes to anxiety, too, a really quick one. Have any of you seen the movie Luca yet from Disney that came out this summer? So there's a big part where the main character, Luca, is afraid and has a lot of fears. And he learns from a friend to say, Silencio Bruno, which is what he calls his anxiety. So there's a lot of pop references out there. Um, and Disney plays a lot on anxiety stuff lately. So another thing I used to do with kids, and it's in your workbook, is I'll play the song Let It Go and have them identify what are the worry thoughts and let it go, and what are the smart brain thoughts that she says back to the worry. And it's a really good kind of activity too. So we move through this one really fast, which is exciting, so we can get to the doing more and practicing. And I know I'm moving fast, but any questions so far right now? Okay. So what I want you to take from this module, and it flows in order. Remember, each one builds. So the first is, in this module, can I teach kids skills that help them do? And remind them that it's not enough just to be aware that they have to do to overcome their anxiety. And can I help them figure out which skills might be right to pull out at the right time, depending on what I'm anxious about or the kid? And can I be aware of that for myself as well and have some clinical intuition of which ones to pull out when I'm guiding someone through a challenge? And so remember, you're in teaching mode, but we're going to switch to doing mode. And in doing mode, these skills start to come alive in a different way. Okay. So back to our little vignette. So I'm going to call it the case of my little dude. Liam's now 7, but Liam was 5. So Liam's a 5-year-old. Remember the age. And this is going to happen a lot this year, folks. Remember, kids who've been online and haven't had to go back to school, this is going to be something you're going to work a lot with. I promise you, if you work with anxiety in kids. Liam's a 5-year-old who's having a difficult time separating from his parents in the morning. He knows his worry brain bullies him around, and he's gotten good at talking back to his worry brain. Teach Liam 2 tools to help him charge ahead. Also, what may you advise the school? So take a minute and just think about it before I even model it. So remember, we have our 4 skills, and you're in the role now of consulting the school and also kind of what might you recommend the school do to kind of help Liam get into school each day? Which ones might you pull out? So remember, These are the four. We can problem solve around worries. We can break it down. We can rehearse. We can teach some skills, or we can remind him that helps him have courage. So Liam is 5 years old. What is your clinical intuition thinking? What's going to give you the most bang for your buck to help Liam? Awesome, Martha. Thanks for taking the plunge. Yeah. So I love where you're all going. I think, yeah, talking about what helps him be brave and helping him be brave. But this is the one I would say a lot of rehearsal would be a really good thing. To have him rehearse the scenario with you, with the car. Have him have it rehearsed with the parents, and maybe have the parents go to school and start practicing drop off and what that's going to look like. And then the third you could pull out is really trying to understand what is worry brain, his worry bully worrying about when he goes to school. And then not only just talking back, but the other one I might pull out is then thinking about some plans of how to help Liam problem solve around some of his worries. So let's say his worry is, the worry bully says, when my mom and dad drop me off, they're never going to come back. How can you problem solve around that? So that he's not avoiding and he's going into school, but what might be a good kind of scaffolded approach? Anyone want to go for it? Type in, take a swing. So yeah, so you could practice in session with having separate, but maybe because that's the worry, I might say to Bill, maybe in the beginning, Liam has to separate, but the teacher can show him a text from mom. Thinking of you, will be there at pickup. Maybe the first week. Then if it's still worrying about it, then maybe it's every other day. And yeah, in increments of leaving and returning. So these are all kind of due. And yes, dry runs, notes from parents in the lunchbox, that would be awesome. These are all different ways to problem solve. And remember, when we're in the problem solving, there's no right answer, just that it doesn't lead to avoidance and it helps him approach. In my world, and over time, we want to keep pulling that back. So the goal is, remember, just to kind of be aware and to say it more explicitly, the goal with anxiety is to get them to a place where you're no longer accommodating about it and it's not allowing you to avoid long term. So these are all great ideas. And these are the things I would kind of do with Liam, all the things we just talked about. So we're going to combine these two, I think, and then we'll take a break. So we have the doing phase. And then the next step, the last step in this process, and I don't belabor this part with the teaching, but we've learned from the learning literature that the last thing that's really important with anxiety is what I call looking back. And looking back is sort of really recognizing what worry brain was telling us and then closing the loop. And what I mean by that, the best outcome with anxiety is to be able to say, oh, worry brain thought I was going to blow up on an airplane. I went on the airplane and guess what? I didn't blow up. And you really want to highlight that with kids. You want to help them see that because that helps them to continue to consolidate the learning that worry brain is wrong, that worry brain can be a false alarm. So the first part of the E step is to say the last thing we do when after we do a challenge is we always got to look back and see if worry brain was right or wrong. And I call that closing the loop. And so there's two outcomes. And these are things you can check in on. Was worry brain right how hard the challenge would be? Was worry brain right about the thoughts? Did they come true? Did worry brain predict what was going to happen? Was it accurate? And there's sort of two outcomes. Oh, outcome one is typically the outcome worry brain was wrong. That's the best outcome. Outcome two is worry brain was right, but remember, because it's a psychological fear, I'm still standing. So worry brain was right, but I'm still here. I made it through and I could do it. And so because we're only challenging psychological fears, those are really the only two outcomes. So I'm not asking that person to touch a cobra and then, oh, I got bit and now I'm dead. These are around, so we want to close the loop, and those are the two outcomes. Worry brain is either right or wrong. And if it's right, I'm still standing and I can do it again and it gets easier. And if it was wrong, even better. So that's the first part of the evaluation. The second part of the evaluation is what I talk about. Remember, in this battle, the last thing worry brain likes to do, even if it loses the battle, it tries to win the war. So whenever you do a challenge, worry brain usually after a challenge tries to fight back, usually with statements like yes, but. So for example, you help someone give a presentation to a stranger, and their worry brain might say, oh, yes, you did it to them, but you couldn't do it to a larger group, or but you couldn't do X, because worry wants you to focus on the negative and keep you from doing it in the future. Or worry brain might focus on, well, look at their face. They hated it. They were so mad at you. So the last thing we want to look at is to kind of see, is worry brain trying to take away your victory? And all this will come together live in a moment, I promise you. And you want to kind of point it out and call out that trick and say, worry brain, don't be such a sore loser. You lost, or I know the trick, I'm not going to let it work. So those are the last two steps. So now we're going to put it into practice. Here's the fun part, folks. So I'm going to give you a 5-minute quick break. And what we're going to do now is you got to have that food on hand. So either the yucky food that you're going to kind of practice with, or in honor of my supervisee who gave me the idea, her name was Lisa Yankowicz. I call it the Yankowicz sandwich, which is two good foods that sound horrible together. So take a 5-minute break, grab that food on hand, and then we're going to come back and you're going to see all these steps come to life. And I'm going to coach you through your first challenge. And I'm going to go grab mine. I forgot it upstairs. So take 5 minutes. We'll be back at 1:40. Welcome back. Welcome back. So, folks, let me show you sort of in your workbook, and you don't have it, I know. So let me share screen really fast. So in your workbook, there's this page 50 that's I would encourage you, you're gonna use it a lot. And this is what I call your coaching script that you're gonna use to help people when they're doing challenges. And it looks something very much like this that you'll see. But there are questions that when, after you get to kind of all the teaching, they're the questions in a synthesized manner to help people start to get comfortable with the process of doing exposure work. I kind of call it the training wheels. and people get used to biking, and I would encourage you to bike using it exactly, not deviating. And as the clients you work with feel comfortable, as they get better, you can learn to let go and not have so many training wheels or things. Because remember, the key really is the doing, but these skills kind of can help. So what we're going to do right now, as I said, is I'm going to coach you through your first, that language is exposure. And hold on, there we go. I got to see the chat button. So the first thing I'm going to ask you to share in the chat is what food you grabbed. And I'd really love it if you could all get off, really show yourself in the camera for this, because this is the fun part, folks. But if you would mind typing in, what food did you grab that really speaks to you or is going to rev up your anxiety? So as I said, typically I grab olives, but I wanted to share with you something I do a lot with kids, and we'll talk about why. But I use the game Bean Boozled. Have any of you ever played Bean Boozled? So Bean Boozled is a really fun game with jelly beans that either has a very normal tasting flavor or the most disgusting flavor. But the thing is, you don't know till you take a bite because they're odorless. And it's an awesome way. I kind of have it as my gateway kind of anxiety exposure that I typically do, is we play some Bean Boozled, because at the end of the day, it's just a jelly bean. So they now have a 6th edition, and I buy a ton. But when I was at the store in Steamboat this weekend, they had a different Bean Boozled. It's called the Fiery Five. And this is hot jelly beans. So my challenge is I'm going to eat a Carolina Reaper jelly bean. So I don't know what's going to happen on this one. So I'm upping my worry brain where I know what happens with olives. But why not, folks? Let's all take the plunge together. But the first thing you all kind of wrote, I love to see what, again, brings people making their anxiety up. So the first question you'll see is, do you accept the challenge? And if you don't, one of the things we're going to talk about is negotiation. And we'll talk about that later. But hopefully you all can accept the challenge as is. But we're going to probably, and you're going to do this a lot when you kind of work on exposures, you're going to do some negotiation. And there's an art form to it, especially working with kids. Because remember, you're asking them to now go play with the 300-pound tiger or to go touch a cobra. And that requires a lot of motivation and sometimes some negotiation. So the first question you'll kind of see is, do you accept the challenge? And hopefully I'll say yes. But if not, we might modify the challenge or negotiate till we have an agreement. But the key that I'll share for my anxiety work is there's no longer okay to not do nothing. So if something's too hard to begin with, we don't just say, okay, you don't have to do anything. We want to then build up and think about, well, what can we do today? So again, that's question number one. So what level is your anxiety at right now? What number? And just type it into the chat. What number is your anxiety at right now? Awesome. And just to remember, anyone that's realizing their anxiety is over a 6, and I usually kind of say that rule with kids or adults, we do want to start to bring in some calming tools. So that's one of the questions I ask, but if it's above a 6, I more kind of just request. But I'll say, should we use a calming tool? Or if it's above a 6, I might say, let's use a calming tool. So you know, you're a therapist yourself. Take a minute and use any calming tool you want to try to just make sure your smart brain is present and to try to, again, to reduce some of the arousal, maybe 1 or 2 points down. So I'm going to do some breathing and I'm going to pair it with a visualization. I would love to be in the Greek Isles right now, specifically Santorini at a beach on the Mediterranean. Sounds fantastic, but use whatever you want. And just take a minute and try to calm yourself. Now, what are your worry thoughts? What is worry brain telling you right now? Type it into the chat. Let's acknowledge it. My worry brain is telling me that this is going to be way hotter than I think, that I don't have enough water or anything on hand, and that this is going to be an utter disaster. Yeah. So now let's practice, and this is what I say, and you can see I say, I'm going to be your worry brain, and you got to talk back to me. So here we go. You're right. This is going to be so gross. Don't do this. It's going to be a disaster. What can you say back to it? No, deep down, you know the truth. This is such a bad idea. It's going to go so horrible. Don't do this. You're doing awesome. And everyone's going to know you as the person who barfed on camera, and it's going to be so gross. Don't do this right now. Good. I love it. You're all doing awesome. So this is one of those challenges that I think problem solving is really great for. So remember, the challenge is to eat the food. So if any of you are worried about vomiting, what's something you might want to have on hand right now? Trash can, paper towel. So I'll share with you a quick funny thing. I do these talks all over. And one time I was doing it at a church group, and the person was worried about throwing up and said, oh, I'll be fine. I don't need a trash can. And it did induce vomit. And she vomited right into my hat. She took my hat off and vomited. I don't remember what I was wearing, but it was really gross. And it was a funny moment where I never underestimate the power of problem solving. So yes. Now, if you're worried about aftertaste, what do you think you might want to have on hand? A good old chaser. So this is where problem solving might want to be. We're not avoiding it, but because we're worried about that, we're coming up with solutions. So again, that's the one I would lean on, or maybe courage. And if a kid, it was so hard, we might break it down to, can I hold it in my hand first? Can I put it to my nose? Can I lick it? Can I then? So we can break it down. But the one we're just going to do is problem solving. And you can think about what helps you be brave. For me, it's my kids. It's teaching my kids a different way of life, one that I didn't know about. So that helps me be brave, but think about what will make you brave. And now, folks, bottoms up. Whenever you're ready. Cheers, skol, l'chaim, whatever works for you. Prost.
Oh, that's awful.
So first off, folks, give yourself a huge round of applause. That was awesome. And I want you to, again, remember anytime your client does an anxiety challenge, whoa, that's really building up heat. I might have to get a little more water in a minute. Yeah, I don't recommend going for the Reaper jelly bean, folk. But the last thing after you celebrate and be really congratulations is then remember, don't forget to close that loop, because that's where the learning occurs. So really fast, was your anxiety right or wrong? You know, which are the two outcomes. And if it was wrong, to really point out how it was wrong. And if it was right, Just like that Elton John song, you're still standing, you're still here, and you made it. And that's awesome. And what do you think would happen if we did the same exact one again? Do you think it'd be easier or harder now that we've done it? Probably easier, which sometimes we would test and I would do it again. The other part, that's when you look back and just ask yourself right now, is your anxiety trying to punish you at all for your bravery? Is it trying to stop you right now for your bravery? Is it saying, well, yes, but, or if you did this with your family or whatever it is, and your job right now is to lastly just say, hey, anxiety, don't be such a sore loser. I got this. Or you can't stop me. Awesome. You've all been really brave. And so just to think about, the work has changed because we're all online. But my motto after I teach the skills and we get in the doing phase, I imagine one day having a bumper sticker. And for me, that bumper sticker would be an exposure a day keeps the anxiety at bay. And we really want to start to embrace to keep anxiety in check. We have to keep doing these challenges. So now, because we're more at home and online, you can always do food challenges. Anything that makes us anxious about school, you can recreate and start helping your clients or students start working on them, doing them in your office, doing them online. Presentations usually give a lot of anxiety, and you can do presentations as well with perfectionism, like they don't have enough time to do it. Karaoke therapy sessions are awesome, where you have to dance and sing online. And then perfectionism challenge where they can't be perfect. They have to do something wrong and make mistakes. All of these can be inculcated at home and kind of practiced. So, hope we're done with that. So now, folks, it's 1:53. You all did awesome. Now we're going to talk much more about the art of doing, but we're going to take a 10-minute break. Any last questions before we reconvene at 2:05? So you're all being awesome. And now I'm going to challenge, we're going to practice this again, and you're going to do some challenges with your colleagues in a minute. So you're not out of the hot seat yet. You're going to get to practice. All right. See you all at 2:05. Welcome back. Let's see if I missed anything while I was away. One question was about all my kind of social skills stuff. Yes, we can, if there's time, I'll talk about, I talk about amusement parks, that there's date land, friend land, hookup land, and how we kind of get to the different amusement parks. There's a lot of different things we can talk about. So hopefully we'll have time. I think that's it. I could be rationale. Yes. I think maybe I'm typing, or a question was, am I saying rationale when I mean rational? Or am I saying rational when I mean rationale? And probably. So thank you for that. So folks, remember, oh, my video is off. Thank you. First off, my video, and I'm not sharing. Or am I sharing? I'm not sharing. Oh, I am sharing, but we'll. Good to see you all again for a moment. So now I'll go back to sharing. So remember, the first part of the work is the teaching of skills. So kind of, again, to slow down pacing wise and what this might look like. The first 4 sessions are sort of the skill teaching with kind of bringing in maybe little challenges over that course. But once you sort of rationale, skill, session one, F step, A step, C and E combined with typically maybe a first exposure to start. And then the next sessions become all about doing. And there's some different pieces to know and think about and some skills to have when you're in the doing phase. And I want to get you some practice yourselves in the doing. So there's four parts of doing. And the first part I want to remember you to remember, folks, is that now I've been doing this and living my model and teaching it now for at least 12 years. So it comes really natural to me, but it's a skill. And so I want to remind you and really push you to practice and kind of to get it to a place where it feels more like your own. But there are four skills I want to talk to you about. The first skill is learning to guide someone through a challenge. The second skill, as we said, is negotiating a challenge. The third is really deciding on an overall approach to your anxiety work. And then the fourth is learning in anxiety work is how to create these things called hierarchies, which is sort of understanding the road ahead of how we're going to get over our anxiety. Or as I call it, a ski mountain. How am I going to be able to start skiing at a higher level than where I'm at? So we're going to talk about these four things right now and get you some practice. So the first idea is to good exposure work is I would encourage you to approach it like a skill, as we've said. And before I start getting into exposures, I want people to have certain skills that I can know they can lean on to help them manage the doing. And if they don't, my job first becomes to get them the skill. But once they do have the skill, my job is to gauge where do we start on the mountain and to help them again start climbing the mountain. Help them see what's the bunny runs, what's the green ones, what's the blue runs. And so that's part of good exposure work is being able to start to see some of those processes. One of the big questions that always is asked, well, when do I know when to stop doing an exposure? When is enough enough? And I would say the answer is until it's boring for the person or it no longer makes them anxious, that they've done it so many times. So I had one kid who had a lot of anxiety about germs, and it was COVID, so we were working online. And there wasn't a lot of germs around, but one thing that made her anxious was the cat litter. So every session, one of the things she had to do in the session was grab some poo from the cat litter and hold it in session. And she couldn't go wash her hands. But when it started to become boring or easy and she didn't even care anymore, that's when we started to change it up. And so remember, part of what we're trying to do is help people learn around their anxiety and to learn how to tolerate it, some might say, or learn how to extinguish it. Others might say, we'll talk about that. But part of that process is remember to increase variation or location to continue to get generalization. So if you're afraid of giving talks, it might be moving away from just talks in your office to talks at Starbucks, to talks at Barnes and Noble, to keep helping them kind of challenge their anxiety and see that they can handle talks. As you get good at anxiety work, not only would I encourage you to focus on just the anxiety at hand, so let's say it's giving a presentation, but it's understanding, as we talked about, what is that fear really about that makes presentations scary? And then leaning into more exposures around the fear itself. So um, one of the questions was, and when the anxiety is about everything, then where do you start with the hierarchy? Great question. I usually start with the things that are causing them the most impact in their life or the things that are the most interfering. I don't start with low hanging fruit. I go after the big stuff. And that's where we want to target hierarchies. And then the other thing I would say, ideally, you want to engage in negotiation ahead of the exposure. And if you have to, you can again renegotiate, but we're going to want to engage in negotiation ahead. And then as they get better, as they get more confident in their doing, that's when you can start to change it up to not let them prepare as much. And that was what might be a kind of a step two, is instead of being able to know what's coming, now you have to handle, I call them curveballs in the exposures. But negotiate ahead of the time so people know what they have and you kind of lean in to the training skills to help them do. So in terms of skill number or guiding someone through an exposure, part of those skills, I would encourage you in the beginning to stick to the script that you've been given, that you're going to learn if you want to use this model. That it helps to create comfort both for you and the person you're working with to know what's coming, to know the questions you're going to ask. And then if they get better, then to kind of let go of some of those training wheels. When you're guiding someone through, if you notice that they're getting really anxious, go back to calming skills, help them slow down, move at their pace. If again they want to move fast, go fast. And again, you can go through these in a minute. We went through our first exposure, as we said, in 2 minutes, going through all those questions. As they get older, on page 54, there's also a lot of teams say, I don't want my parents involved. I don't want people involved. I say that's fine. And there's a self-guided way to do this. But I say we need some proof of completion because a lot of times teenagers say that just to avoid and then they don't do. So I say, whatever, you can do it on your own. You don't have to use any of these things. The key is that you're skiing, but I need proof that it's actually happening. And so sometimes it's filling out the sheet as proof. Sometimes it's taking a picture of them or a video, whatever it is. And then remember, be very celebratory and affirming because whatever they're doing, they really are being super brave and courageous, and you want to really lean in and celebrate that. And don't focus so much on the outcome, focus on the bravery itself. So, with that in mind, one more thing. So, the art of negotiation. So depending, and we're going to talk about two different ways to approach anxiety work that are kind of out there. So one, and we'll talk later, but doing it kind of, looking at your hierarchy and just moving up. But another is sort of, what are you willing to do today? Some of my language at times is, what are you up for doing to piss off your anxiety about X? And whatever we're working on. What do you feel like you could do today to really push yourself? Because I do believe, even myself, I'm a big runner. Some days I wake up and I'm full of energy and I'm ready to kick ass and I want to push myself. Some days it's a little harder. And so I just need to do the run that day. And I can't necessarily push even more. So talking ahead of time on what are you up for doing? And sometimes leaning on the hierarchy itself, like, okay, this is where we are. Are you up for doing that? Can be the language to kind of talk about. And again, one of the things I've really learned to do with kids, and it's a useful thing, and I teach them about it, I call it a counter proposal. So a counter proposal is good with kids who just love to say no or deny doing challenges. So for example, if a kid is working on social anxiety, and let's say the first thing you throw out, well, do you think today you could go up to, um, we can walk around, and if you see an open door, you can say hi to that person. Just say hi and then walk out. They say no. And then you think of another really creative idea. Well, what about if we just walk the halls and anyone you see, you just wave at? No. So I always say I will offer two suggestions. And if you say no to them, that's fine. But then I'm going to use the word give me a counter proposal, which means I'm no longer going to keep doing all the work and come up with suggestions. And you have to come up with something around the idea that you're willing or that you could do. Because then you get into this power dynamic where you're working much harder than the client. And so counter proposals can equalize that. So that's what I recommend, kind of offering two suggestions. If you can't come up, if they can't come up with one, and if they can't, then thinking, asking them for a counter proposal around that. The next step is you can't allow avoidance overall. So if they get into a challenge and they realize it was harder than they thought. So back to, let's say, the food challenge, and they realize they just can't put it in their mouth. Well, what can you do around that today? We can't let anxiety win and just do nothing. Because if that happens, anxiety has learned a new way to win, and we can't let that happen. So, what's the minimum you can do today around X? And again, that lying in the sand idea. So, I want to kind of show you, and then before we have you do, I'm going to call my daughter down, and she's going to be brave, and you're going to watch a negotiation. And then the other parts of negotiation is think about what can be motivating, what will help them do, and think about ways to incorporate fun ways to kind of make the challenges a little more fun. So, for example, when I'm working with kids with germs, we might, one of my favorites is a kid who likes sports. We might touch the football or the ball to something that is germified, maybe the toilet seat, maybe water, and then we have to play catch. So there's fun ways to incorporate some of that. But I'll kind of walk, you'll see me kind of do this with my daughter, and she'll do a challenge for you all and stick to the script. So I'm just going to call her down really fast. So I'm going to So my kids having an anxiety specialist as a dad might be they've learned to do a lot of this stuff and we've been practicing and all these skills. Come on camera, monkey. So this is Lila. She's about to enter high school at East. She's 13, about to be 14 in a month. And so Lila, we talked about what are you up for doing today to kind of piss off your anxiety?
Uh, Talking about re- saying a speech about an unknown topic for a minute.
So Lila doesn't like to give talks or presentations. She does carry some social anxiety. So she's going to give you a 1 minute talk on a topic of my choosing, a random topic that she can't prepare for. So that's going to be her challenge. And so I'm going to watch her. We kind of just negotiated. And do you need anything for this act of bravery? We can talk about what we're negotiating for.
Dessert?
Dessert tonight?
Yeah.
Deal.
Okay.
So there's, I think, 70 people on. So our kids don't get dessert during the week. And it usually is a special treat for being brave or for that. So dessert it is. So folks, just really fast, nod. Can you hear Lila or should I put the headphones on her? Okay, you all can hear her? Great. Awesome. So now just watch, kind of watch the script again, come alive because you're about to do this in a minute for yourselves. So what number is your worry meter right now from 1 to 10?
Um,
A 1 minute talk to 70 strangers who are all therapists watching you talk about a random topic.
5 or 6.
A 5 or 6? Awesome. Can we do a calming skill really fast? What's one of your favorites?
Not thinking about
Not thinking about it, but what have I taught you? Should we do a couple breathing for a second?
Sure.
Good. What's your worry brain telling you about this challenge?
I don't know that I won't know anything about the topic, or that I'll have to like, I don't know, that'll just
You're going to mess it up?
Yeah.
Okay. So now I'm going to be worry brain and you're going to talk back.
hmm
You are so going to mess up this challenge. You are so right.
Even if I do mess up, I didn't have any time to prepare, so it's not like I got to study ahead.
Yeah, but you're about to go to high school, and this is just going to show you how bad high school is going to be. Don't do this.
In high school, the other children will be suffering with me.
No, but deep down, you know the truth. You can't handle this.
Even if I can't, at least I'll know what I need to work on.
That was an awesome one. Great job. So are you ready to dive in, or should we figure out some tools to help you problem solve? Anything we should problem solve around?
Not really for this one.
Okay, well, what could you do if your mind goes blank or you don't know what to say in a 1 minute talk?
Divert and talk about random things.
Perfect. You could divert and talk about something you do know. That would be an awesome strategy. Okay, so I'm going to set the clock, and now we're going to roll.
What's
And
the topic?
the stopwatch.
What's the topic?
So for 1 minute, you have to talk about things that you're looking forward to about high school.
Oh.
And start with, hi, my name is Lila, and I'm here to talk with you about.
Hi, my name is Lila. I'm here to talk about the awesome things about high school. I don't really know many awesome things about high school, but I'm assuming that I'll have a lot of friends and that like I'll like my classes and stuff. Doing art. I like art. Oh, I'm gonna be on the swim team, so that's fun. And don't really know, but not looking forward to the homework. I don't like homework at all. Oh, I'll be able to bike to school, so that's nice. Won't have to like, I don't know. You'll have to drive me more instead of just walking. Don't really know. I guess it's right next to a bunch of shops.
Time. Awesome job. Woo-hoo. So last thing, was your worry brain right or wrong?
Probably not. The topic.
What do you mean?
Well, no, it wasn't right.
It wasn't right. Did you know? Did you have stuff to say about the topic?
Yeah.
So you thought it was going to be a 5 or 6. Did it turn out to actually be, or was it higher or lower?
Like a 2 or a 3.
Okay, so it wasn't as bad as you thought.
Yeah.
So what does that tell you about your worry brain?
That it's not right.
That it's not
Usually.
right. You know your dad's favorite thing. It's not right.
Yeah.
And then the last thing, remember, is worry brain at all trying to take away your victory. Because you were just so awesome. People are typing in right now. You rocked it. Is there anything it's trying to do to take away your victory?
Not really. I mean, mostly consoling myself. I mean, at least it wasn't like nanophysics or something like that.
All right. Well, you did awesome, Monkey. Thanks so much for helping out a bunch of people learn about this stuff.
I get dessert.
You do get dessert. All right. So, folks, that was it. Kind of watching, Lila's been training, she's learning. So just seeing the skills kind of come to life and her doing it. And she really does have a lot of social anxiety. So this was a really good challenge for her. Yes, she will definitely get some dessert. So now, folks, it's your turn. So what we're going to do right now, really fast, is your challenge, and we're going to break out into breakup rooms of 2. You are afraid of something. We all are. You have learned the rationale for why you need to conquer your fears and how to do so. Work with your colleague to identify an exposure you can do in this very moment around the fear. Once you have identified the fear and agreed, have the person coach you through until completion. So we're going to break out and you're going to have 15 minutes. And that means about 7.5 minutes to switch roles. Role the first time, you're going to do a challenge, and the other person's going to help you negotiate and talk through. Then you're going to switch, and you're going to get to be in that role. And if you don't have ideas, I'll throw out some that are always, that have worked before. So before we break out into breakout rooms, so here's one that's kind of silly and fun. Text someone that you pooped in your pants at work, and what should you do? That's always embarrassing, and you can't tell them that it's just an anxiety exposure. You could sing. You could record yourself singing and send it to someone to brighten their day. Text someone that you weren't supposed to from your phone the wrong thing, like a love note to a colleague, or something like, I can't wait to see you at home tonight, what was meant to your partner, that goes to a random person on your phone. Posting something on Facebook, doing something, presentation like Lila did, whatever it is, I just challenge you to think of something that makes your anxiety up above a 3. You might already know. Have the person either help you figure it out and then coach you through it. So that's the hard part, that we don't have the sheet, the guiding sheet, but I'm going to leave it up. But I don't know if you're in the breakout room, if you can see it. So maybe what I'll encourage you to do right now, take a picture with your phone. That's an idea, so that you have it, that you can coach each other through it. And so after that, it's 2:30. I would like you to be in the breakout rooms and come back from the breakout rooms when each of you have both done a challenge and you have 15 minutes, and we'll reconvene at 2:45. So Rachel, if you could be so kind to send or offer breakout rooms, we're going to be in groups of 2. It's going to be with a stranger, and you get to kind of do that. Oh, Deb emailed the workbook. Awesome. So page 50.
If you end up not having someone in your room, you can return and I'll assign you to a different room.
Awesome. Thank you.
Mike, it looks like you're not assigned, so I'm going to assign you to one that only one person has joined. Maybe. Let's see.
Stephanie, thank you so much for your help with this.
You are so welcome. Which one was it? Room 2.
And how's this going for you so far?
It's good. I like it.
It's nice to meet you. We've never met, but
Nice to meet you too.
This is so much harder to do in this online format, I have to say.
Yeah.
Um,
Oh, I'm going to stop recording.
well, welcome back, everyone, as people join. Congratulations. Well, I'd love if you wouldn't mind to type in the chat what you did to piss off your anxiety and how you're feeling, or just what you did to piss off your anxiety. And remembering my bumper sticker and exposure day keeps the anxiety at bay. But what did y'all do to piss off your anxiety? And welcome back, Lag. You're all getting back. Woohoo! I love it. And if you wouldn't mind typing in the chat what y'all did to piss off your anxiety.
Ooh.
Saying dating app. Singing. Talking about eyeballs. Interesting. Love to hear more about that. Yeah. So some presentation stuff I'm imagining. Ah, the accident. Woohoo. I could see a Seinfeld episode, The Accident. Or I guess now a Curb Your Enthusiasm episode. Ooh, quitting an HOA board. Super brave. Say no. Touch the spider. Ooh, that's a hard one. These are all hard. Ooh, got a little vulnerable, shared some poetry. A video on Facebook. I love it. And congratulate your colleagues. And just very cool. And again, I do say nothing wakes you up like an exposure in the morning. So doing challenges first thing is a good way to get the blood rolling and pumping. So now I'm going to go back to sharing, and there's two more things. And keep them coming, keep sharing. There's two more skills I want to talk about before we take a break. So the third, remember, the first is sort of, again, kind of coaching someone through. The second is, again, a little more about negotiating if needed, which you all just got some experience with. The third is sort of really thinking about and slowing down what is going to be my overall approach to doing. And I want to let you know about two models that are kind of the pervasive models out there right now. So the first approach is a little more called the classical approach. And I call it the classical approach, and it's kind of going after the idea that we want to get used to, and we want to basically, again, have it that we do something so much that it no longer causes us to be anxious about it anymore. So the idea behind this model is instead you might do the same challenge 3 or 4 times. So in a classical approach, it might be you give that 1 minute presentation that Lila did. You might say, what's your anxiety before? What's your anxiety after? Then you do a second trial. What's your anxiety before? What's your anxiety after? A third trial until its anxiety is sort of minimal or not there. And you might do that every time you come to a session. And again, you might do that, and then you might keep working up the ski mountain, kind of in this classical style. So again, doing similar challenges over and over until they get easier and easier, then making it a little harder, and then doing those till they get easier and easier. And you keep moving up the ski mountain. And so again, that's sort of the classic approach. And in the classic approach, you're doing a lot of hierarchy building, which is the mountain, and you're trying to move up and you're doing multiple trials at each kind of thing until it gets easier and it no longer causes that anxiety, and then you keep moving up. So that's the classical approach. And then along came this woman, Michelle Krask, and really started to look at the learning research on how do we kind of extinguish our anxiety response. And she realized it's not really kind of what we're not going towards a distinction. It's learning to more tolerate the feeling of anxiety, to get used to it and not have it stop us from doing. So it's not necessarily about following a linear formula or doing multiple trials of the same anxiety. It's about continuing to push myself around my anxiety. It's around doing multiple challenges all the time, but being anxious and doing it anyway, and not necessarily following a mountain per se, just moving around. And as long as it makes me anxious, we do it. And we keep, instead of doing it over and over again, we keep changing the conditions, we keep changing the exposures to increase that kind of, again, that anxiety tolerance. It's not habituation, it's anxiety tolerance. So when you're doing it that way, it's not necessarily about following a manual or a hierarchy. It's what are we willing to do today? How can we push the boundaries? Hierarchies, as you see, become more guidelines and continue to move and push through. And once the exposure completed, it's not about doing another trial, it's moving to something else and continuing to push. And so there's sort of this debate in the literature about where we go as a field, but I want to make you aware. And I want to kind of have you think about personally, you can try and see kind of what works for you and what you believe, but you can start to figure out, and that might kind of change how you approach the exposure work. So I want you to be aware about that. And you might want to read more about it. And you might want to kind of decide for yourself sort of which approaches do I want to get. Okay. Yeah. So exactly, kind of the act-based stuff, which is more newer inhibitory learning. But again, and yes, so there are a lot of, and I would say my model is not the model out there, but ACT, CBT, DBT, it's all in my mind different skills that we might think are helpful to ski. But remember, it doesn't, there's a lot of different teachers out there who will teach you to do any skill. And the key is that you're doing the skill. So I just want to remind you, you can adopt other paradigms, you can incorporate different things. But where I want you to really push yourself and understand, if there's not a doing component, the anxiety does not get better. The confidence around anxiety does not get better. That there has to be this component. So whatever you decide is what you want to use foundationally, just to really understand that piece in the process. And I'm a big believer, and I really preach that. So that's the third thing. And then the fourth skill, because in either dimension, hierarchies are really helpful, either as guidelines, either as more the skill ahead, and there's an art to building hierarchies. So kind of the rationale I would share, and again, in the workbooks, there's different things, but I share a hierarchy is a way for us to see the road ahead as it comes to our anxiety. It can be the map of our journey to help you get to a place where anxiety is not keeping you from doing what you want to do. So with that in mind, when you build a hierarchy, here are some suggestions. So and this is what a hierarchy might look like and how I adapted it. A traditional hierarchy sort of has the middle with the numbers of where it is. And then it has challenges that you come up with and that you co-create and collaborate with your client on what might be an easy version. And I added the skiing part to the left. That was my contribution. So you have bunny runs, you have green runs, you have blues, blacks, double blacks, and extreme. And I share with people, our goal is to move up to the mountain. And I kind of talk with people too, a little bit more adults. Where do you want to get in? Where do you want to wind up on the mountain? Not everyone wants to be able to extreme ski. And I'm okay with that. I like to say I want to eliminate anxiety everywhere. But I would say to people, not everyone wants to have to extreme ski. That's not where they want to get to. But they might want to get to blue runs. So I share with them, sometimes what can be helpful if you want to feel really confident skiing blue runs is after we get there is moving up to black runs. You're going a little bit harder because then the blue runs start to feel easy. Once you've done black runs, blue runs start to feel easy. So we kind of can talk about that. But a hierarchy, and there's a lot of samples in the workbook for what they can look like, but it's sort of coming up with sort of challenges that are going to push us around anxiety. So this is a person who has some singing anxiety, singing in public. So low level anxiety challenges can always be watching, not participating. So watching singing fails. Then moving up might be singing alone in the shower, and you can read and kind of see how they can progressively get harder. So the art, what I would say, of building a hierarchy is first off understanding what the anxiety is about, what do they want to get over. But the key to makes you really good at doing this is thinking about the variables that make any activity easier or harder. So just like skiing, if I told you or you saw it's a black run, what do you anticipate you'll have on a black run that you might not have on a green run? Yeah. Anyone out there? What might a black run entail that, yeah, a deeper pitch, bumps. Again, those are things, trees, those are all kind of some of the variables that distinguish a black run from a blue run. So the art of figuring out the variables is part of what a good kind of clinician around anxiety can do, is quickly recognize what those variables might be. But after you come up with those variables, I want you to understand that every person will experience those variables a little differently. So I'll give you an example from my own life. So one thing that also makes me anxious is confronting people I care about, kind of having conflict with people I care about. And I guess it's that worry of rejection. So for me, my anxiety is worrying about rejection, and it worries about it only with people I care about. My wife is the exact opposite. She has no problems kind of confronting people she cares about because she knows they're not going anywhere. But strangers, it's really hard for her. And so for her, confronting a stranger or like fighting for, if Best Buy does something or something, and doing that work is really hard. And for me, it's easy breezy. It makes me not anxious at all. So the variable in terms of confrontation is who you're confronting, how close you are. But to understand that for me, the closer you are makes me more anxious. For my wife, it's the exact opposite. So you can identify the variable, but you have to ask the person how that variable makes it harder or easier. So the key that I recommend when you're trying to come up with, again, with hierarchies, is being able to quickly think about the variables. So let's practice this together. So imagine someone had presentation anxiety. Come up with 5 variables that make presentations easier or harder that you might play with when you're deciding how to build a ski mountain or a hierarchy. Let's see how quick you can come up with it. 5 variables, the size of the group. Yeah, whether you know the crowd or not, whether you know the topic or not, the comfort with the topic, how much time you have to prepare. Yeah, the environment, if it's in person or Zoom. Awesome. Let's switch gears. Let's say you have anxiety about dating. What are 5 variables that might make dating easier or harder that you might want to manipulate as you build up the mountain? And not only can you think about these, but you can ask your client too, well, what makes it easier or harder? So for some, that might be how attractive they are, how much you're into them. It could be online or in person, how familiar you are with them. Yeah. So these are the variables you can either ask them about or learn to talk about, or ask them what it is. Let's give one more, another common anxiety that I might deal with. What about driving? What do you think what are 5 variables that if someone had driving anxiety, you might want to play with? The weather, the type of car, where you're driving, the time of day, who's with them in the car, the amount of distractions. Awesome. So you got it. So if you have about 5 or 6 variables, then building a hierarchy can start to become easier as you combine the variables and then you ask the person when you're building a hierarchy, and that's where the scaling comes back in. What number right now would this be on your worry meter? So it might be, what number would it be to give a 1-minute talk to a group of strangers on a topic you know? What would be a 1-minute talk to a group of strangers on a topic you don't know? On a topic you don't have time to prepare or you do? And as you're asking these questions, whatever number they're telling you, you're filling it in their hierarchy. And again, you want to have sort of 1 or 2 and at least each range. You might not have to have every number spelled out, but you want to have some in the easy range, some in the medium, and some in the hard range. And you want to then decide sort of kind of your approach to anxiety work overall will dictate. But again, meeting people where they're at, I don't think it's a great idea to start someone who's never skied on a double black run. That's just pushing them out of their zone of what they can approximate. They might get it, but I would want to start them more in the bunny and green range to kind of start. So kind of then that's become where you focus your challenge work, where you do exposures with them. And then as they get more confidence, then you can move up and then you can kind of start changing the mountain too as you go. And things that started off that maybe felt like blacks, the more you do, they might start to be greens and you can add some new blacks. So in the hierarchy work, you can always be adding and subtracting. It's a nice measure of seeing progress as well for folk. So that's the kind of the last skill, and we won't have a lot of time, but where you might want to take a session, and that's kind of where I put session 5, is partially doing exposures, but helping them understand the skill of building this for themselves and building hierarchies to continue to figure out where to move the work. and what your future work together is going to look like. And this is also, by the way, folks, where I can say, where I start to see the work changing and I have confidence in kind of progress. When we get to this phase and people come in realizing that anxiety is something to conquer and not something to avoid, that's when we know, or I can tell, we're going to make progress or momentum is building. When they come in, all right, let's go. This is what we're doing today, versus I'm not doing anything. There's nothing I will do. That's when the work is still to begin. So what I'll encourage you really fast. So again, the skill is figuring out the variables to manipulate. And can you come up with them quickly to help make this process go quicker? So now some advanced tricks from the trenches. I've learned this through experience and working with kids that I would just encourage you. So the first thing, I like people to start off with a little bit of just getting some experience. And I pick something fun that usually really isn't involved in what their presenting anxiety issue was. So I stay away from their presenting anxiety issue. And usually for me, as I said, my go-to are those jelly beans. And because it's fun, kids have a lot of fun with it. We'll do it with their parents. And no matter at the end of the day how disgusting it sounds, that it's barf, it's still just a jelly bean. So one of the ways I make it fun is I share with kids, anytime you do 3 exposures, 3 challenges, I don't usually call them exposures, I call them challenges, then they can coach me or a parent through a challenge. So then we get to put them on the other side, where instead of me coaching them or them just doing, then they're coaching me and practicing the skills in a different way. And then I also kind of, when things start really hard or challenging, we're going to talk about motivation and rewards in a minute, but using an extra boost, we can play a game after, or I call it a dollar challenge. If a kid does something really hard, I might give them $1. They can get extra points, which we'll talk about, that they can redeem with me or at school. As they get good with skiing, then the next thing we do, kind of the 2.0 version, is we start cutting up challenges into and putting them into bags. So instead of knowing what they're going to do, we have it in a bag and we pull out challenges, and whatever's in the bag, then they have to do. And that kind of, again, goes in more to the inhibitory learning model. But again, whatever the challenges, they have to do. And then, as I said, one other trick I've really learned, I try to make it fun. Anxiety work isn't fun, but I try to combine it with elements that are fun. So if they have a fear of reading in public and they love comics, maybe we're reading a comic at the library. Or the example I gave, germs and sports, we try to combine things. Or if it's, if it is germs, we might combine germs and food that they like and that they really like. And then the other thing that is really helpful, because anxiety, people are really anxious. Part of what anxiety can do is help you recognize that nothing is getting better and progress is not being made. So having ways to track progress to help people see, which we're going to go over, can be very helpful. And then again, knowing what motivates them can also be helpful to remind them why they're doing this, how this is going to help future me, and what future me is getting by their bravery right now. Can all be some of the things that really help in the doing. So 2 other things. So one of the things that shows up with anxiety, and remember, anxiety, I call it weaponizes it, but is panic. And so panic disorder is this really intense things that your body does when you're anxious that feel so bad that you don't want to experience them again? Let me just check this. Okay, I'm going to answer this question, then jump back. So this was a great question. How do you do exposure therapy around fears that are difficult to practice in session? In the example that was given, the client has fears of going to stores and therapy is all online. So I would say the fact that we have switched to, you can have a hybrid model or a telehealth model, it makes it much easier for them to do exposures that aren't traditionally that you can do in the office. They can take you with their phone. You know, you have to work on psychopractice stuff, but they can take you with their phone and you can do sessions over the phone that involve going to these stores, involve doing, but also part of anxiety work, if you're really working it, might be talking with your superiors and insurance and coverage, but then being able to do those things, to meet them at these places that might not feel traditionally. A lot of my therapy work is outside the confines of an office. And then the third way to kind of tackle that is virtual reality. There's a lot of great virtual reality programs and stuff like that too, that you can create and have them experience in a different kind of way. So those might be some of the ideas to talk about. But now jumping back to interoceptive exposures are the fancy things you want to do when panic or bodily anxiety is part of the picture. So on page 26 are a whole bunch of sensations that we can create but not through anxiety. But it's the same rationale, and that's what I say with people, is that your body, that alarm in your body is going off for a sensation that is being produced and triggering your anxiety alarm. So what we need to do is to keep producing that sensation over and over in the absence of anxiety to teach our worry brain to not respond to it anymore. And I give the example again, as I said, typically, I don't know if any of you ever lived by a highway or a busy house, but the beginning, that noise drives you, again, really it's upsetting. But over time, your brain learns to filter it out because it realizes it's not an important noise. And it doesn't kind of come back into your purview till a friend comes over and might say, oh, wow, it's so noisy. So that's kind of the same thing we want to do with anxiety or with bodily sensations. So let's just do one together so you can experience it. So if you wanted to go to page 26, if you have it, if not, what you would do in sessions for panic is you're going to take them through these challenges that might induce panic. And the ones that are most closely related to their panic, you're going to have them do over and over again. And I share with them, if you do these things for about 3 weeks, multiple times a day, you are no longer going to have the same kind of panic anymore. So let's do one together, and you'll notice if you don't have the sheet, there's 4 columns. So the first column, if you want to write it just yourself, you're going to record the sensations that you notice when you do the challenge. The second, you're going to notice or write from 1 to 10, how much did this trigger your anxiety alarm? So a 10 is, wow, it really brought up my anxiety, it kicked its tush. And 1, didn't bring up any anxiety. The third column is how closely does this resemble a panic attack? 10, it feels completely like when I'm having a panic attack. 1, it feels nothing like when I'm having a panic attack. So those are the columns. And there might be one more column, but I'm blanking right now, but those are the biggies. So we're going to do one together. And the one we're going to do, folks, to start is I'm going to ask you to hold your breath for 45 seconds. So we're going to hold our breath for 45 seconds and really try to push yourself and notice the sensations that come up, how you're feeling, and what happens when you hold your breath for an extended period of time. So we're going to start on my mark. 3, 2, 1. Time. So just notice the sensations and you would record them. Notice if it triggered your anxiety and how it feels when you're panicked, how similarly. And then I encourage people then to continue to try to use their calming skills and to bring themselves back to baseline to see how quickly they can do that. So there's a whole bunch of them on there. Another favorite is running in place, or I work in a 5-story building. So we do stairs together in stadiums, and that gets the heart rate really going and out of breath. So that's why exercise is also a really good exposure and an antidote to panic, because it's teaching the brain that there's other ways to produce that sensation. And people who are very panicky typically don't exercise or don't like to exercise. So that's a really good thing to get on the list. So the last thing I'll share, let me just make sure, and then we're going to take a break. I know this went a little long. I'm going the wrong way. The last thing we'll share is that, again, when you start doing this panic work, it might create a panic attack. And what I want you to know is how to intervene. And it's very similarly to how to intervene when someone is escalated. First off, to stay really calm yourself. 2, remember the lack of knowledge of what's going on spins up our anxiety. So I would encourage you to try to inform them what you believe is happening. I think you're having a panic attack. This is what that is. That's what this probably is. It is scary and it sucks, but you're going to be okay. I need you to just breathe and keep repeating that to yourself. This is a panic attack. I know what this is. It sucks, but I'm going to be okay. And getting them to breathe and getting them to kind of stay calm. And then again, that same part of anticipating the panic kind of restarting and reminding them that that could happen and having kind of coaching them through. Let me know if your panic starts to hit. That's your anxiety fighting back because you're doing the right things. Just stay calm and keep breathing. And to know that once the panic attack, it can last from 10 to 45 minutes, because that's what, we're clinicians, or I'm a clinician and I'm not a doctor. I might encourage them, or I would say just that I think that's what it is, but I'm not sure and I would hate to be wrong. I really want you to go to your medical doctor, your GP, and just make sure that that's what this was. Let them know what happened and have them check for anything else that it might be. And so that's kind of what I recommend, is helping to guide someone through. So that was a lot, and we took a long time. So this module kind of, again, can you reinforce the need to do exposure work and that be part of the work you do? Can you figure out how to negotiate? Can you guide someone through an exposure? Can you now create a hierarchy around the fear? And I would encourage you to pick one of your own fears and practice. And then if someone was having a panic attack, would you feel now confident to kind of coach them through it? And that's kind of what we talked about. So the last thing, and then we're going to take a break. Austin reports that he cannot take the SAT as he freezes on high stakes tests. He wants to get over this as he knows this is the one thing that can keep him from getting into a good college. You have taught him all the skills he knows, all the skills, and he knows about exposures. Could you help Austin create a hierarchy around high stakes tests? So really fast, take 1 second, and this is your ticket for a 10-minute break. Come up with 5 variables that you might want to manipulate or change to help Austin with high stakes tests. So I see the amount of time they have to prepare, the location, how much time they have for a given section. So I love to practice with students, giving them less time than they actually have and getting them used to that. Location, who's watching, the topic, how much they know, time of day. You're doing awesome. So now, folks, take 10 minutes, it's actually 12 minutes. We'll reconvene at 3:35. We're in the home stretch. It is nice to, one day I hope to meet you all in person. We'll eat some nasty jelly beans together, bond over experiences of anxiety. It'll be a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to that. I know this is what we have to do at this time, but it's so much nicer to do it in person. I miss those side conversations, talking to you all and getting to know you. So I hope that can happen at some point in the future. Please let me know, reach out. Would love to meet more colleagues in the field. So with that in mind, we have a little bit more to go. Last little bit where it's essential to kind of talk about is there's one more part of the model. And the other part of the model is, remember that E stands for evaluate, and the last part is enhancing motivation. And this is where a lot of, I think, the models kind of failed to kind of focus on, and why I built it in, is that I really think it's important in anxiety work especially to really have a strong foundation in motivational interviewing and motivational enhancement. And so your workbook is embedded. And I know you're all therapists and taking huge courses and all that, so I'm not going to belabor it. I'm just going to highlight how it's inculcated in the model, or inculcated, wrong word. I wanted to go GRE, and I don't think I went well, but it was a good try. I'll give myself a pat on the back for the attempt. But again, motivation is sort of embedded in the model. And it starts off from the idea and understanding, what would it take for you to touch a cobra? What would it take for you to not give food to a lion? And that's really important to understand, that that's what you're asking kids to do. or adults to do, especially adults who've been years, they've been feeding that lion. And that's what, for some of them, that's what got me to be where I am. That made me successful. And it's really hard to break that. So I want you to think about what's going to help, what would help you to do some of that. And so part of what's embedded in the model is A, slowing down and helping understand where someone is in their own change process around doing the work of anxiety. And so building in the model, pages 43 to 45, are sort of ways to help people. And I'm not going to go over the model. Anyone not know stages of change? Like a brief refresher would be nice. Is for anyone this new stuff, um, speak now or forever hold your peace. So I'm going to be under the assumption everyone here does. So I'm not going to belabor it. But again, in that model, there's sort of really understanding that people might be at different stages. So in the pages, wherever they are in the model, there's some structured things you can do. If they're in pre-contemplation, there's some sheets about how is anxiety getting in the way of me living my best life. If they're in contemplation, there's places to contemplate in the workbook, the pros and cons of doing anxiety work. If they're in the doing phase, they're all about skills and how do we do. And then we'll talk about what's in the book around relapse prevention and maintenance. So we won't even go in that, but kind of looking at motivation. So one of the sheets in the book is sort of what takes away from my motivation, what steals my sunshine per se, and what helps motivate me. Because a lot of parents try to motivate, but they do it in the ways that are demotivating. So really understanding that, and that's also where rewards get built in and reward systems get put in place to kind of help that. And so the reward system I typically do is I talk about it like a point system. And I use 5 points a day. So we'll go over that really fast, the reward sheet. So my expectation is that when you're working with me, you're kind of shooting after kind of the third session to get 5 points a day. And 5 points a day can come via a combination, depending on where they are in the model, of practicing certain skills or doing challenges. So a daily reward is 5 points. Therefore, by doing math, 5 times 7 is 35. A medium reward is something you should be able to earn by the end of a week. And a large reward is 140 points that you earn by the end of a month or accomplishing something really big. And so you'll see the sheet, I think, no, I don't have the reward sheet in here. But you'll see on the sheet, there's sort of small, medium, and large. And we try to come up with what might be some small rewards that would be really exciting to the kid. What would be some medium and large? And I share with them that it does have to be motivating for the parent, but parent does get veto power. So if the kid says, I want an app that the parent isn't okay with, then it can't go on the reward sheet. And parent can also, besides veto power, parent can help decide where it fits, if it's a small, medium, and large reward. And I don't say, because I work across the socioeconomic status. So for example, if you are working for Bill Gates's child, a small reward for Bill Gates's child or Jeff Bezos's child might be very different than the child you're working with. So I talk about with families that there might be differences. So we want to come up with 2 or 3 small rewards, medium and large rewards. And then I treat points like a bank account. You accumulate points and you can cash them in any time for any combination you want. And once you've earned them, they can't be taken away. And so that's really important for parents to know. And again, Parents cannot make something a reward that's not a reward. For example, broccoli for dinner. So that's one of the things we'll come up, and we'll use this a lot, especially with kids, and it's very powerful and motivating. And one of the things parents kind of fade away from and stop seeing progress is when they move away from using points and rewards. And the other thing I have on here that I've learned over time is I call it the sibling clause. That when you have an anxious kid in the home and only one of them is anxious, it can create a lot of animosity or upset feelings about, well, why do they get points? Why do they get rewards for doing something I just am supposed to do? So I share to parents that if you do incorporate a reward system, you should do it with all the kids, but kids get points for doing what's hard and practicing what's hard. So not everyone is rewarded the same way. So for my example, my daughter might get points around doing challenges. And at this point, because she's entering high school, the points is just a flat monetary value. So every point is 50 cents. But I'm adding a couple of things. But for her, it might be around doing things related to her anxiety. My middle kid has no anxiety. He doesn't. But what he does have is a cleanliness problem. He can leave things anywhere, and organization and cleanliness are a huge problem. So where he gets his points is by staying organized, by keeping his room clean. My youngest kid has some other stuff, a little OCD. So that's where he gets his points, by challenging his OCD. So that's what I mean. If you're going to do it across the board, and it can vary, but to do it around what's hard. So what I set every time we meet is once there's buy-in, they get points for doing, and the points equal a reward from home, and the points equal a reward and when you come to session. If you get your point total when you come to session, we might start with a game. We might go play. I have a virtual reality setup. I have, apps, and we have things we can play. Or Connect Four. We might go throw the football around or play basketball for 10 minutes. And if you don't get your points, then that means we just have more practice to do and you don't get a reward that day. So that's how kind of I incorporate rewards. And you can also get points for, did I go fast? Okay. That's how they can get points. The other thing we can kind of do besides that is tracking progress, as I said. So let me show you some of what the tracking documents look. So when I first start with kids, after we build the reward system, this is in your workbook, but I will put the skills on top of what I want them to practice that week. So we'll print it out. Great question. I'll answer that in a minute. So what that threw me for 1 second. So I'll put the skills that we're on up top, and then there's holes for days of the week, because usually we meet on a weekly cycle. Or if it's going to be 2 weeks, I might print out 2 sheets. But let's say we start on a Tuesday, so it would be Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. And then let's say we're on the F step. So it might be practicing anytime you can play the feeling game. And remember, the feeling game is I throw out a scenario, you tell me 3 feelings. I might say 3 questions, 3 feeling game questions equals 1 point. Then the next line might be, 3 minutes of a calming skill equals 1 point. And then, because I am trying to encourage exercise, I might put exercise equals a point. Or I might put naming parts of the brain, naming your thoughts, or system check. Whatever kind of I want them to practice. And then every time they do it, they track a little point, and that. And then I put down below, especially when they get to the doing stage, the top are challenges that I want them to do over the week. And then they can fill in additional challenges they do on their own or select to do or happen. Or in the beginning, when we're in the skill acquisition phase and we're not doing exposures, I might say, hey, if you teach your dad the F skill, you get 3 points. Or if you teach a sibling or whatever it might be. So this is where I'm incorporating some of that. And then they total their points, and that's how they get their points for the week. And then once they start getting good at kind of doing it over the week, and now we're more in the doing phase, there's another sheet where instead the days of the week are here. But usually when we're dealing with exposures, we're not just dealing with one anxiety. Usually kids who are anxious have multiple. So we might have 3 hierarchies we're working on, or 3 different things. So again, once they get good, then we're writing sort of, this might be, I call them buckets. I don't know why, but I might be, hey, what are you doing to challenge perfectionism? Might be above here. What are you doing to handle curveballs? And curveballs are things for kids where they weren't expecting, being able to transition without getting upset. And the third might be public speaking. So anytime they do a challenge that day, they write it here and then they get points based on how hard it was. So back here, that's where you can see the points. Anything that's in the 9 to 10 range, they get 3 points. Anything that's above a 5, they get 2. Anything from 1 to 5, they get 1. And then when we get longer, then we can track goals by the same targets, but then over weeks, we get a parent rating and a teen rating or kid rating on how it's going, and we might make some comments so they can see over time what's happening. And another way to track progress, just to know, is there are some really good free measures out there, like just to make you aware of, and these are the ones I typically use in my practice. The SCARED kind of covers the whole anxiety umbrella except OCD, and it gives you sort of a report of how anxious they are that you can track over time. And it takes about 10 minutes. It's a good one, and there's a parent and child measure. The SCIbox they'll talk about tomorrow, I'm sure, for OCD, and that's a clinician guided severity rating scale. Accommodation is a big thing that parents do. So there's a measure of how much accommodation they do. And remember, anxiety and depression is so comorbid. So I also kind of look at depression measures as well. So what I want you to kind of recognize, and I know we're moving quickly, but because you know the stuff, don't want to belabor it, but there's tools in your workbook to help you identify what stage of change and to talk about it with especially teenagers and adults, where they are. And then before you start jumping into skill teaching and doing, they need to be in an action stage there. So taking a moment, and a lot of times anxiety is naturally motivating, just how uncomfortable it is. So a lot of times we assume it, that they're in an action phase, but taking a moment to make sure, and I kind of look at that in the first couple of sessions. Number 2, can I build in rewards and motivation to help? And can I kind of come up with systems that do that? And can I track progress? So great, there are a couple questions that I'll kind of say. So what's my philosophy between intrinsic versus extrinsic? I would say for anxiety work, that because it's so difficult and so distressing, I love to build on intrinsic and talking about why they want to do it on their own. But I try to build in some additional rewards and things that parents can leverage to definitely help add to that push. So I think a blend of both usually works. And I do hear a lot of times, especially the next question, when kids are anxious, not motivate, but they say, I don't care, you can take away all my rewards, I don't want it. But I see that as more of their an anxious brain or emotion brain. But when they really slow down and they're more in smart brain, they don't think that way. And I teach parents that when they're saying that, it might be a sign they're more in that anxious brain. And how do we help coach them through? And again, you might work with some privileged people where nothing motivates them, but you can then also look at what is, if it doesn't motivate them, there usually is always something, but it can be instead of what motivates them, what do they not want to have happen? What, do they not like coming to therapy? And maybe the motivator to get rid of you or me per se is to do the work. And the more they don't do the work on their own, they have to see me more. And that's the motivation. So there's always, you got to always kind of be creative and think about it. So that example, so Kelly, who said to everyone, a kid who's happy to stay at home, not go anywhere, and just play video game. So the reward, I would again say that video games no longer become a right. Video games become a reward. And again, in the anxiety world, so if what motivates the kid is actually to stay at home and not go anywhere, so guess what happens with a kid like that when you want to motivate them? You do the opposite. So if they want to stay home, they have to do going out challenges. So I'll give you an example from my own life with my daughter. Do you know how I motivated my daughter to work over the pandemic? Remember, she has a lot of social anxiety. So what I would do is I would tell her if she didn't get her work done, maybe a punishment or reward, and you can think about this later, I would say you have to do something social this weekend. You have to invite a friend out to a movie if you don't get your work done. Think about that. That seems so counterintuitive, but what her anxiety doesn't want her to do is to be social. So for her, the idea of not being social is the motivator, what she wants to do, but the way she gets there is by doing this stuff. So does that make sense? I know it's a little weird to think about, but anytime my daughter didn't get stuff done, she had to hang out socially. She had to text a friend. She had to invite people to hang out. She had to invite people to go to a party. That was her punishment. Where my other kid, that would be like, that's not a punishment. That's what I want to do. So his punishment or motivation is if he wants to go, he has to get the work done, or he doesn't get to go. So there always is, but especially around what makes them anxious. If they don't, that's what is the motivator. They have to do more of what they don't want to do. Great question. Okay. So folks, our time is coming close to an end. We're going to even skip this. So the last thing kind of embedded in the model that I want you to know about is relapse prevention. So anxiety typically comes in waves, and I talk about, hopefully you've given the kids and adults tools to surf. So any wave that comes, they know how to surf. But typically, again, when they, that what we know from motivational interviewing, we do have slips, we do have exacerbations, and I want to prepare people for that. So in your workbook, there's a lot of things that I try to help people around relapse prevention, or when we end groups, that's part of the ending experience. One of the pages, we talk about early warning signs and how do we catch it early when anxiety is getting out of hand. We also talk about a system that one of the most important things is that we don't lose sight of Voldemort, that we keep checking in on Voldemort and have a plan of attack against him and what we're doing to continue to keep Voldemort at bay. And I talk about it a little bit. It's like a lifestyle change. And what are we going to do to change a lifestyle? The plan. So built in is sort of a contract you'll see, and to think through what are things we can keep doing to make that plan happen. Another thing that's really cool that you can do with anxiety, I talk about out of all the mental health conditions to have, one of the nicest things about anxiety is that it's somewhat predictable. So if you have, let's say, anxiety about tests, When can you predict for your students or your clients are going to be harder times of the year? Finals time. Yeah. Somehow, there we go. Yeah. So a couple of you asked about the assessment. Yeah, I added a few more slides that I will send you the updated in color that you'll have for later. Um, so there would be finals time. Let's say you have anxiety about your in-laws. When can you imagine might be harder times a year? Maybe not now with COVID, but when are typical times we get together with in-laws? Holidays. So the nice thing we can also learn to do with anxiety, and I'll even encourage you to do it right now. Think about something coming up over the next month that you know is going to give you anxiety. Something coming up, and think about now that you're aware of it, what kind of exposures could I be doing now? What could I be practicing so that future me has an easier time with what's making me anxious? So one of the things I have to do is I have to go up for promotion. And so I have to do a ton of writing over the next couple months. So one of the things I can be doing now for future me to make that easier is spend a little time every day doing that writing and not waiting till the end for future me to have a lot more writing to do. And I can also challenge myself exposure wise. I have anxiety about writing. I can, for 20 minutes a day, work on my writing. And that will help me overcome this hurdle coming up. So that's another thing in the book to think about what's coming ahead and help people start to develop a plan. So take a minute, even yourself, think about something coming up and start to build what could be a plan you could do over the next couple weeks so that future you might have an easier time. So back, imagine if it were the in-laws or someone that you really don't want to see, you could have a friend do exposures and practice being that annoying person. And you have to handle dealing with them over and over so that when they actually show up, it's easier. So take a minute and think about that. The next one is I talk about when we're ending, about it takes, it does take a village to beat anxiety. And I talk to people about who's in their village and parents as well. So we talked about all this. So one of the sheets you'll see, I really like this one. It's building your team. And I talk to kids about, and you'll see on the sheets, kind of what are the different parts we would want in a team moving forward. So some of the parts of the team, we want people who can support us when we're having a rough day, when we're emotionally depleted and anxiety's kicked my butt. We want people who can call and support us. We also want people who can push us, especially parents. You're tired, it's the end of the day, and if you go ask your kid about homework, they haven't done it, and it's just going to be a fight. And wouldn't it be so easier just to go to bed? You need some people who you can call and they can say, hey, no, go talk to your kid. You got to do it. And sometimes we need wing people, people that go with us to do these things, to help us go to parties, to go talk to people. And then the last one we need on the team are people who can make sure we're taking care of ourselves, who can get us out to go out and just have a drink, who can have a girls' night out, a guy's night out, whatever that might be. So part of the team that you'll see are these kind of 4 dimensions, and then there's room for other parts. But then part of what we do is talk about that all of us are different and we need different things. So there's all different ways that support could look like. And building on love languages, you'll see in the sheet, there's a lot of different ways support could look. So you have kids circle, what does support look like for me? or parents too. And they circle not only what that looks like, but then they identify who could be part of that team. And so after we do that on these pages, then the final kind of challenge we do is then recruit that person to the team, usually in a final or second to last session. And here's what I call the recruitment pitch. So it could come up in two ways. I deal with blank. So I deal with social anxiety. This shows up for me. I won't go on dates. I won't go on apps right now. Can you help me buy blank? Can you help me make sure I'm going on the apps, and to try to be as specific as you can? Or it can look like option two. I deal with blank issue. I'm building a team to help me deal with it. Can you be part of my team and help me buy blank? So again, to walk the walk, we all have things in our life that might be helpful to have a team. We might be stressed out. We might be overwhelmed. We might have a paper we have to write. We might be anxious. We might be depressed. I want you, for your final act of bravery today, before we open it up with questions and kind of go through, is to try to recruit some support in your life to help you. It could be from one of your colleagues in session who's here with us today. It could be from a partner, anyone. I want you to try to use the formula and send them a text around anything you could use some support on. I'm dealing with blank, and it's showing up, or this is how it shows up in my life, and this is how you can help. And remember, one of the things when I coach people, to be very specific. So if you use words like, can you be more supportive? That sounds specific, but it's not. Because what could support look like for different people? It could be a hug. It could be, you got it. Or it could be saying nothing and leaving you alone. And so really helping to be specific so you make sure you get more of what you need. So think about it, and hopefully you're looking at your phone right now and sending that text. And this is the point it's funny, I used to share this with a client or people, and I would say, the Beatles song, I get by with a little help from my friends. And I would play that song and I love it. And then a client told me, that song's not really about people, right? And I'm like, what do you mean? And then they shared, it's about drugs. And I'm like, no, you just ruined the song for me. So I can't play that anymore in good conscience. I don't want you to get by with drugs. I want you to get by with support. So folks, you've been awesome. So the last thing, we've gone through so much in these different modules, and I flew through this one to leave time for questions, to fill out some measures, to talk more as a group and answer. So we were supposed to wrap up at 5, but I wanted to give a lot of time. But could you, and this is part of your own therapy, and you already do this, can I think about a relapse prevention plan, especially around anxiety, and talk through the essential parts with a client? And can I help people build more support? And one more thing I say with kids when we build support, I say to kids, anywhere that you spend more than 4 hours a day, you want to have some people on your team. So I talk to them too about who at school might be part of your team. Could we look at a counselor, a teacher, but thinking about a friend, who could we recruit and what is needed from them on the team? So the last vignette, Amy's a 15-year-old who you've been working with on her presentation anxiety in class. She has learned all the tools and has been kicking butt on her exposure work. She does not think she needs to see you any more regularly and is really happy with her progress. Discuss a relapse prevention program with Amy. So really fast, this is what I would do, but I want you to think about that too and what you do in your termination work with folks. But anxiety work, typically this is my desired outcome and I'm really excited. And I say with Amy, I start off with, you're right. You've been doing awesome work. I'm so happy. And I do think, I want to help support you with that. But what I'd love to do to honor the work, could we have one more goodbye session and really talk about sort of some things to make sure you're well on your way, even if we don't keep meeting? And I say to people, part of that last session, I really want to be a celebration. And so what helps feel celebratory for you? And I say, well, in my culture, usually food is part of that. How would you feel about some food to celebrate? And then I also share, besides that, I want you to do something in between now and the next time we meet to really think about what you learned and what you want to carry with you on this journey and this process to keep helping you fight your anxiety. And I'd like you to find an object that really speaks to you that you can look at and see and remind you about that. And if it's too big, just kind of take a picture of it or come in to talk about it. But if you can, bring it into session, because I'd love to talk about it as we wrap up and say goodbye. And so I incorporate a transitional object, and I also give a transitional object, which I'll talk about. And if we were in person, I would give it to you all. And then I would say in that last session, hey, Amy, I love how you're doing, but what might be some signs, because anxiety can show up. And so what might be some signs where it starts to show up in your life and might be good to kind of come talk to me and nip it in the bud. So we would go over that. And then I also might talk with her. I'd say, I'm glad it's going great, but what are some things that we can do to keep it in its place? And I want to kind of help you think through sort of continuing to do challenges to not let anxiety grow. And if she was a Harry Potter fan, in this case, Amy was, I would say, do you remember the character Mad-Eye Moody? What did Mad-Eye Moody always say? Constant vigilance. So we want to kind of keep having some of that vigilance around our anxiety and do things to keep pissing it off. So what are some things that you can do to kind of keep doing that to make sure it stays in check? And we would talk about that. And then the last thing I would say, Amy, I've really found that having support in a team can really be helpful if we don't meet anymore. So I'd love to talk with you. What kind of people might you want to invite into your life to keep making sure that this anxiety stays in check? And sometimes it might be people who you can talk to about it. It might be some people who can push you to do. It might be people who can do things with you to keep practicing. What do you think you might really need on your team to help you? All right, do you have some friends, a teacher, a parent? Let's kind of do a last challenge to our anxiety today. Can we make sure we invite them to the team? Can you go text them? Let's do one last thing. And that might be our final kind of wrap-up session that incorporates some of this. So folks, kind of now hearing all this, I kind of talked about them in modules. And I'll send this slide, but this is sort of what a typical, again, kind of anxiety journey with me is usually between 10 to 12 sessions, maybe it could be 9. Again, this is what it looks like. Intro to Brain 101 and getting to know them. Anxiety 101 and building a reward menu. Sometimes, as we said, if they don't have the motivation, if their parents have dragged them in and they're not just ready to work, sometimes also we'll switch gears and do more MI work. Session 2, F step, homework around F step. Session 3, A step, hot seat, and practice. Session 4, and we're always starting with a new F skill. That's what that is. Then we add, again, a little review to start after we do that. We'll talk about C step, and sometimes actually 4 and 5 I'll combine depending on how fast. So it might be then C and E and first exposure and doing some homework. And then that 6th session is starting with new, but we're doing multiple challenges that day with them, sometimes with parents, sometimes without, and we're building a hierarchy. Then we're doing 1 or 2 sessions of all exposures, and they're rocking it and they're getting it. And then we're starting to talk about saying goodbye or relapse prevention and having a final kind of challenge. And this is also kind of how I run groups. There are 9-week groups. And then the other thing I run, and again, if you're interested and you want to be part of or learn, or if you have clients and you need places for them to go, besides just adult groups and on the spectrum of ages, Emily took part in it. I run this thing called boot camps, where over a 3-day weekend or every day in proximity, we do all 9 sessions in one weekend. We adapt it, we modify it, but it's getting all the skills in a weekend in a crash course. So there's lots of ways to adapt it and modify it to kind of meet your needs. So again, just to be creative, but hopefully now you have a toolbox and different skills and tools around anxiety. And so the last thing I'll ask you to do is to take a moment, and we did a lot today, and you did a lot of challenges. You ate gross food, you did a personal challenge, you did, again, you held your breath, an interoceptive challenge, you reached out to someone and recruited, you kicked your anxieties tush today, and I hope you can all feel proud, and you got some skills. So what I want you now is to slow down and think about it on 2 dimensions. The personal dimension, myself, as a human being, and more of a therapist kind of lens. And I want you to slow down and just reflect. I call it the stoplight. And a red light is something based on today I might stop doing in my practice or personal life. Just something that really resonated differently that I'm going to stop doing. And then a yellow is something I'm going to keep doing. I'm going to pat myself on the back. It was good to hear. I love it. I'm glad. It was nice to hear. I'm going to keep doing it in my life or in my practice. And a green is something I'm going to start doing. You know what? It was great to hear. I'm going to incorporate that into my work. And so again, folks, I know this stuff. I hope learning occurred. It's hard online. I know some of you are in and out, but I would love if you wouldn't mind typing in the chat. You don't have to do all 3, red, yellow, or green in each dimension. Just pick one and just share one thing that maybe changed for you personally or professionally that you wouldn't mind sharing. And then the other thing, I'm going to do, we'll do that first. And then the next thing I'm going to do is post in the chat the post test. So you did the pre-test. Now, hopefully you'll do the post test and hopefully some positive change has occurred. And then the other thing I'll ask you to do, this is my favorite stuff to do. I was sharing with Stephanie, who's part of our team, that this is what I want to do more of. This is my passion, to change and help people with the field and teach more clinicians who are awesome at what they do, more around anxiety. I would love feedback, and that's the workshop of the evaluation of what you liked, what you didn't. And also, if there's any way to make it better in an online format. I really know how to do this more in person. I've been trying to make it more interactive and do things in an online, but it's just hard to be online for 9 hours like you are. So thank you. But any suggestions or ideas, I am well open to. And then the only session we didn't get to go through today is I do have a lot of tips and tricks into kind of other elements that are comorbid with anxiety, like sleep, depression, ADD. So you'll be able to read them, but we didn't have time to go through them. But thank you for sharing, please. Yeah. So one of the questions is you're lagging. Thank you. This helps me. This warms my heart that some things. One of the things that was asked about the boot camps, I will let your team, Susan and them know. We're going to definitely do some as back to school rolls around over next month. And we'll target middle school. It will depend on the age and the need. But you can always email me if there's someone who you think might be a good fit or a need. Right now, the boot camps don't take insurance, but the other forms do. So it's a self-pay process. Um, and it's still online. We were just told that I can't do the boot camps in person. But again, I'll keep you in the loop and I'll let your teams know about opportunities or things that we're doing that you might want to do. I love it. And then I'll give you a couple more minutes. You all have been great. And again, I wanted to leave time for questions, for cases, for things you're wondering. But please, I'm going to put in the post now, please fill out the post test and the evaluation. Hopefully, yep, they both showed. Hopefully, again, this will really help me. And I really appreciate you giving out part of your life. And I do hope we can talk about it more in person, over a meal, on the ski slope somewhere, and get to know you all because you're all doing amazing work, helping to make a difference in the lives of adults and kids. And that's what I so want to help people who help. I want to help those who help do that work. And then tomorrow, you're going to get much more information. I want to give a quick plug to my colleagues who are doing a lot more around OCD. They're not going to be using this language. They'll have different ideas, different things that then you can kind of slow down and figure out how to incorporate and different ideas. Yes, I can retest it. I'll repost right now the post test and the eval. And then I so appreciate, thank you for everything you're sharing. And if there is any questions, feel free, you can type them in the chat, or if you just want to unmute yourself, feel free and I will try to answer. And your questions have been great today and really gave me things to think about. And I'm going to stop the share. And I used to put music on while people were filling these out, and then I was